7 days until the start of free agency. Where's my Zach Baun deal? Where's my Zach Baun deal? I don't see it yet. Sills, be patient. Hey, I was patient last year for Hassan Reddick's deal, and that never came. That actually came and went and never came back. And so much so they moved the player. This is one of my favorite times of the year. I'll make this point to you. Big Sills in his wheelhouse right now when it comes to free agency in the offseason. Hey, you know what? I tuned on WIP this morning. They're talking Phillies baseball. You know what I'm doing? I'm doing this. Really? 3 weeks ago, the team fucking won the Super Bowl. And you're talking to me about spring training in Clearwater. I have no interest in that. By the way, next 4 hours, powered by our great friends at BetUS. Please make sure you check out their website. All Super Chats go to the top. And, again, we appreciate that. Please hit the like button. All right. We got a lot of news, man. Stuff is changing every single hour because as free agency approaches, we're 7 days out. You're 7 days out, okay? Now, I want to make this point to you. Tell me the last 3 years, Howie Roseman, the general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles, what his number one priority was financially the last 3 years. Chronologically, go back the last 3 years. What have they been? Can you tell me? By the way, we have news on Slay. We talked to Drew Rosenhaus's folks today. Be patient. I'll get to that. What and who have been the last 3 deals that were significant when it came to the Philadelphia Eagles? 3 years ago, Jalen Hurts, $250 million. Last year, A.J. Brown. This year, Saquon Barkley. What is that significant of? You know what he's telling Zach Baun and his people? You are a priority. You're not the main priority. I'm not suggesting to you that they don't want to get a deal done, but they're going to do a deal within reason. That was not, you had 2 years remaining on Saquon Barkley's deal. Same thing you did last year with AJ. He had 2 years remaining. And yet that was the main priority for Howie Roseman. It also tells you this. Hey, Zach, your people, defense is a luxury. Our main priority is offense. Offense is the main priority. Look at where you spend the money. It's kind of slick. Hey, I want you. Hey, I would even make this point. For the Eagles to even be talking about a $12 to $15 million deal with a linebacker, Zach should be honored. Because I don't believe, unless you had a historic year, they'd be even in a conversation. You'd be on the TJ Edwards train out of town. Okay? You'd be on the TJ Edwards train out of town. Like he did with a guy who had 159 tackles. It's pretty slick. He's telling you, our priority is offense. Our luxury is defense. Look at the way they spend money. Look at the way that every year it's 1 year contracts with prove-it deals. You know, I heard John and Xander talking about a mentality structurally when it comes to the Eagles and how they do business. Tell me this is not how they do business. We invest in the offense and we project with our defense. How is that not true? It's what you do. That's what you do. That Baun is a luxury. Saquon Barkley is a necessity. That's how important he was. They wanted to ink his deal down. And then they'll move on to the next priorities. I'm not saying how he can't do a dual track, and he's not a multitasker, obviously. Look at how he's built the roster. But, dude, when I want something, I don't buy the lesser thing to go, well, let me take care of this stupid shit first before I take care of the main thing. The number one objective was to take care of Barkley. Now, let's put it on the side of a positive for Zach. Hey, Zach, they just rewarded Saquon Barkley for having a historic year. Does that mean you get rewarded for your historic year? Like I said, I think that they want the player within reason. Within reason, they're going to do this. They're not going to go freaking stupid on this thing. They're just not. I don't believe they're going to break the bank on this. I think they're going to let the market come to them. Hit the like button, guys. You have now become the betting favorite to land Myles Garrett. Everybody in the NFL is projecting Myles Garrett to be a Philadelphia Eagle. It's incredible. You just won a Super Bowl, and you're going to get the best player in the league. It's crazy. I've never heard such a thing. By the way, stop with the China doll, Nolan Smith. When we're in a conversation with Myles Garrett, and if he was on a chessboard, if he was on a chessboard, he'd be a pawn. Garrett's the king. He'd be a pawn. Now, different conversation with different names. He'd be a pawn. You're hoping he's Reddick. That's what you would be hoping, that he's a double-digit sack guy. Before you say, well, I project him to be, how many years did Brandon Graham have double-digit sacks in his career? Twice? Out of 15 years? Ain't that easy. Jadeveon Clowney was the number 1 overall selection. Never had double-digit sacks. Nolan is a champ? So what? I'm talking about the best players in the game. I'm not talking about dudes that went for a ride for a team and was part of a championship team. I'm talking about the best player in the game. Because you have a Super Bowl, you're not in a room with him. That has actually nothing to do with it. Here, now, if you're the Eagles, you sit back and go, make me want to do this. Okay? Do you want to hear what's going around the room? I had a conversation with Alonzo Highsmith, and he is the director of pro personnel with Elliott Wolf in New England. Do you know there's a rumor going around that the Patriots have contacted Howie Roseman for the availability of A.J. Brown so that they can send A.J. Brown to New England for potentially the first pick in this year's draft, which would mean you send that to Cleveland and you get Garrett. I'm not saying that goes down, but that's what's being thrown around in Beantown. The New England Patriots have coveted this player for 2 straight years. Again, read the fucking newspapers. They want AJ in New England. Okay? And by the way, A.J. Brown is not in the conversation with Myles Garrett again. Now, to back this all up, is what the Eagles say. Hey, we're the champs, man. We really don't have to do that shit. Why would I do that? It's a great question. Why would I do that? Why would I do anything but sit tight? Well, let me ask you this. Is that Howie's nature? To sit pat? Is that his nature? Look, would I trade A.J. Brown to New England? Fuck no. No, I wouldn't. So that I could take that deal and then send him to Cleveland? Shit, I would keep that pick and I would take Travis Hunter. Can you imagine having Travis Hunter and Quinyon Mitchell as your corners and Cooper DeJean as your nickel corner? You would have the greatest secondary in the NFL for the next 10 years if you did something like that. Shit, I would trade Reddick and Nolan forget. Hey, my friend, Garrett's a different dude. There's not one other player in the NFL that I would talk about trading any of my players unless it's Myles Garrett. Okay? You imagine having Travis Hunter and Quinyon Mitchell as your corners. Cooper in the nickel slot. CJ back there. God willing, Sidney Brown turns out to be something. It'd be the best secondary in Eagle history. That's where you are right now. And you're sitting on the pole position getting ready for the Indianapolis 500. It's absolutely great. You're in a great spot, even though you got a lot of work to do this offseason. Young, right, Reyes? As for Darius Slay, it's a 70-30 shot that he will be a Philadelphia Eagle. And that may happen after March 12th. That they redo a deal. He clears the waivers, and then he's back on the football team at a reduced contract. I don't know what the number is. I could not get that from Robert Bailey, the agency that represents Slay. Slay wants to stay, and he's willing to take a knee and a haircut on his salary. I'm told it's 70-30. Okay, 70-30. That he'll come back and play with Philly. I think that's fucking great. I think he's the best option at corner. I don't want to go in the free agent market and find another corner. I want him. Be like running it back. Then you can start working in some of your younger guys. It's a great opportunity. Once again, though, all this goes back to Baun here. Baun was told yesterday, just by Howie's actions, you're not the number one priority. You're a priority, but look at how they look at defense. They look at you as an option. Okay? Please hit the like button. They look at you as an option. They want you. Vic probably wants them. I'm more than sure he wants them. Okay? But the number one priority was not Baun. It was Barkley. Look at the money. Look at the first deal done. Does anybody actually think the Eagles are going to sign anybody for more than $20 million this year in the offseason? Hell no. Hell no. Now, give me a like total. Super chats go to the top. Let me put this out here to you now. Did the Eagles, did they overpay and overreach for Barkley with this 2-year deal? How many people believe that Saquon Barkley is going to have the same season that he had this past year? I don't. I do not believe that he's going to have the same season that he had this past year. Okay? I don't. But why was he given this extension? Why was he? You don't get paid on shit you earn. You get paid on what you're going to bring to the team. Players don't sign gigantic contracts because of past performance. Players in the NFL are rewarded for what they think they're going to still bring to your team. Plain and simple. Nobody pays for the past. Nobody pays. There's no such thing he earned it. Nobody cares about that. Hassan Reddick had 30 sacks in 2 years. He earned it. They didn't project him out to be somebody they wanted to move forward with. Dude, you have no idea when you say nobody pays on you earned it. Because that means that Brandon Graham should sign a $20 million deal today because he earned it. Give me a break. Earned it. Here's why the signing of Barkley makes sense and why it's important. It's the A.J. Brown factor. It's presence. A.J. Brown did not have a season a year ago that resembled anything of what he did in the 2 previous years. Injuries were a factor, style of play as well. But what was the one thing that he brought to the huddle that made every defensive coordinator shriek? You know what that was? It's A.J. Brown. His reputation. A.J. Brown out there in that position at the Y makes me go, I have to defend that. No matter what his numbers are, 100 catches, 70 catches, 90 catches, 1,100 yards. It doesn't matter. It's his presence. Barkley gives you the same effect. Barkley in your huddle gives you the presence that he can hit his head on the goalpost at any moment. Barkley doesn't have to have $2,000. Barkley just has to be in the huddle because he's got the ability of a big play at any moment. Same with AJ. That's what you're paying for. You're not paying for $2,000. You're paying for presence in the huddle. A.J. Brown in the huddle versus A.J. Brown not in the huddle. It's not a subtle difference. Barkley not in the huddle. It's not a subtle difference. You know what a subtle difference is? Devonta Smith. That's a subtle difference. When AJ's in the huddle, it's massive impact with presence. Nobody pays for what you did. Many of you have never signed an NFL or a pro football contract. That's not what you're negotiating, and that's not what your agent's telling you. They tell you what they think you can bring to their football team for the next 3 years. You're being paid on what you may be able to bring salary cap relief-wise and production-wise. It's the only reason. And by the way, for the record, the Eagles aren't in the habit of doing this. Hey, let me reward you for a deal and not have it beneficial to them. It's asinine thinking that they would just go, hey, You got 2 years remaining on your deal. What a swell guy. Does your boss do that to you when you do a good job? Does your boss knock on your door and say, hey, I think you had a really good last 6 months. Here's a fucking $5,000 raise. Tell me how many people have come to your door and said that. None. Why would you expect an NFL team to do that? Crazy? Think about being paid in your own lives. It's not an overreach. Look, the only way this thing becomes a disaster, if he gets hurt, then it's a disaster. You don't have to worry about him being Bryce Huff. You got to worry about the tread marks. How much tread does he have left? Looked like a lot to us this year. I got it. The only way this turns into a bad deal is if the dude gets injured. That's it. Okay? That's it. I mean, you're paying for presence. That guy could turn around this year. You get help for him. Say another guy gains 450 yards, 500 yards for you. Saquon goes for 1,500. He's still doing it at a clip of 6 yards a carry. By the way, the $2,000 is not important. You know what's important? The 6 yards a carry. Every time he touches the ball last year, he touched the ball at 6 yards plus a clip. Every 2 times he touched the ball, he got a first down for you. That's insane. And that's where your upgrade was. Because the last 3 years, you had running backs around 5 yards a carry. Every 2 times he touched the ball. And plus, he's an explosive player. You're paying for his presence the next couple of years. And on top of that, that tells you the style of play that they're going to continue to play. If you're expecting that passing game to improve, you shouldn't. Could it be more effective? Yes, but they're not changing. The contract for Saquon Barkley tells you they're not throwing shitty money after shitty money just to turn around and start throwing the ball 35 times a game. Are you really going to pay a running back $20 million to start throwing the ball 30 times a game? Why? There you go, back to doing shit you're not supposed to do. You demolish teams by destroying teams at the point of attack. That is what you crush people with, is dominating them. You don't dominate them being a finesse team. So, by the way, the salary dictates what you did. You gave a running back $20+ million. You're not changing your passing game. But what you are doing is you're telling everybody exactly over on that defensive side that your contracts, quite frankly, they're secondary. We're going to get to them in our due time. The number one priority for Howie was Barkley. Was it Baun? Was it Becton? If you did the Brown trade to the Patriots, what would the trade look like? I mean, I think it would be AJ. And if I were the Eagles, I want that top pick. I'm not taking a 2 and a 5 for him. I'm not blowing that up for that. Hey, here's a 2, 3, and a 5. Fuck that. I have no interest. I'm not even sure I want to do that. Now, we're only talking. the only reason I even would remotely entertain the phone call is because it's Garrett. It's the only reason. Because then you trade that number 1 pick to Cleveland and you get Garrett. And by the way, I'm not giving you 2 ones. Especially if it's a top 5 pick. Now, again, all of this shit goes in the meat grinder. And there's scenarios that they write on the wall. Not every one of them are in reality. But remember what he said at the combines. There is not one thing that they're not going to do and turn any stone over and not look under it. That's what we do. He said it. I'm with you. Dude, if I traded AJ and I got that 3rd pick, I'm fucking taking Travis Hunter. Hey, what about Garrett? Well, now we're talking Travis Hunter. I mean, Travis Hunter is 21 years old. This is a 28-year-old guy, and he plays corner. And I could have Q and him and DeJean in my backfield? Shit. That's another angle to look at this. It all really depends on how much you want Garrett and how much you want to rip your game plan up. I'm trading AJ for the number 1 pick that New England has. That's got my, hey, all you got to do is read the Boston newspapers. They have commented and have called Howie. According to Curran up there that covers the team for the Globe, they've contacted him. So again, I mean, I don't know. The Eagles and Garrett really looks real. I don't know how it would look. By the way, that fantasy shit, that college shit, and that stuff that he did in college, Travis Hunter, shut the hell up. You're playing corner. You're not going both ways. This is the NFL. This isn't the kiddie league known as the Big 12. This is big boy football, where the greatest players on the planet play in. It ain't Big 12 little kiddie football. Big 12 football's JV to the SEC. That's JV football. Shit, yeah, you could play both ways in the sorry-ass Big 12. You think you're doing that in the NFC East? I don't think so. How many great athletes do you think are in the NFL right now that can play both ways or give it a shot? 100? Playing both sides. What do you think he is? Jim Thorpe? Next few off seasons will be very telling for how he's seeing things. Davis, Carter, Nolan, DeJean. You can also put Juergens in there. And Q, all due for big money. Good problems to have. Yeah. You signed Barkley yesterday to that extension for one simple reason. His presence and what he's going to bring to your offense the next couple years. It's really not about the numbers. A.J. Brown is so important to the huddle. Why? I have to defend him. Hey, here's the Eagle guys that I have to defend. A.J., Saquon, Hurts, Smith, and Goddard. I can live without Goddard and Smith. I have Hurts, AJ, and Barkley in that line. I don't need Smith. Smith is a luxury. There are times in games I don't even know he's not on the field. Hurts, AJ, Barkley. and the O-line. There is the difference, and that's what coordinators fear. That group of men, the O-line most notably, Barkley, AJ, who's ever hot, and Hurts. The rest of them, they're good players. Let me ask you this. You think you win a Super Bowl without Devonta Smith? Do you? You think you can win a Super Bowl without Devonta Smith? I do. I absolutely do. I'll put Cooper Kupp out there and I'll be all right with it. He's expendable. AJ's not. Okay? By the way, let's not forget, your pass offense was 30th. Wasn't like they were factors. AJ's a factor. Why? Because who he is. Here, I wrote my top wideouts down. My top 4 wideouts. Jefferson, Brown, Jamar Chase, and Lamb. The rest of them you can have. To me, they're all names in a hat. Those 4 guys are different. You want to throw Tyreek in there, sure. I think Tyreek Hill's overrated. And so did the Chiefs. And so do the Dolphins. If you want to be candid. Okay? Okay? By the way, these are all deals that Howie's looking at now. Reports are all over Boston. They've called Howie numerous times in the last 2 weeks for A.J. Brown. That's not my report. I called up Alonzo Highsmith. By the way, I saw somebody say hypothetical. I talked to Alonzo Highsmith personally. He's the director of pro personnel. That's not a hypothetical. We really love the player. He wouldn't say if they're pursuing him because it's against the rules. It's tampering. But they love the player. With the style of play, I think Smitty is more than a luxury. Both AJ and Smith miss games. You want both so you can sustain an injury. All I asked you was, do you think you could win a Super Bowl without Devonta Smith? And I disagree with the love child that some of you have for your players. I don't give a you know what the problem I think happens when I talk about your players? You give a shit about them. I don't. I care about winning. Whatever the name on the back of the jersey is. I don't give a shit about that. You guys fall in love with these guys. This is pro football. Who cares? They don't care. Management doesn't give a shit. If you're not productive, they'll cut your ass in 10 seconds, Hassan Reddick. They'll move off of you, Milton Williams. They'll move off of you, Josh Sweat. Those guys produced. How come they're not going to be fucking rewarding? How come you're not rewarding them? Josh Sweat was the best player on the field in the Super Bowl. Why ain't you rewarding him? Did you even disrespected the player a year ago by asking him to take a pay cut? How much respect did you have for Josh Sweat? None. You had no respect for him. Why should he have respect for you? And I mean that with the greatest respect. Business. This is business. This is not trying to get a date. You guys want to date these players. I mean, it's not about dating. What's best for your team? That's how Howie's going to do it. Hey, if he moves off Zach Baun, you know how many little hearts are going to be broken in here? 95% of you will have your little hearts broken. Coming up on Valentine's Day, most of you should probably go out and get your Cupid and get your arrow ready, because I got a feeling you're going to get your little hearts broken with Zach Baun. Who gives a shit about that? What's in the best interest of my team? And your GM has done a nice job, no matter what the name is. What if Baun was a fluke? Like Bradbury? I like that deal. I like that. 48 to 51 million. I'm good. Will Howie go there? Dude, I think he's going to have a limit where he's going to come in there and go 3 years, 51 million. And by the way, because of what they did with Barkley yesterday, don't be shocked if you see that in the next couple days. You can actually see that. We're getting right now, someone just texted me that deal right now may be getting done. And it may be done right now. Zach Baun has signed a contract, I believe, with the Eagles. And let me talk here, Baun. Here it is. Zach Baun, 3 years, $51 million. He is officially back. It includes a $34 million guaranteed signing bonus with additional $1.5 million in incentives. Everything he did yesterday when it came to Saquon Barkley led to this. We showed you he freed up between Slay, and now I would have to say, okay, now I would have to say that I'm wondering if they will still go after Myles Garrett. Here's the total deal. Eagles have re-signed Zach Baun, All-Pro, 3 years, $51 million, $34 million guaranteed at signing. By the way, you get that all in the signing period. They're not prorating that out unless you negotiate that. Additionally, $1.5 million in incentives and escalators, which means he has another all-pro season. You could add more money to it. It instantly makes him in the conversation. You ready for this? He's in the Roquan Smith, and he's also in the Fred Warner room now. They paid him. They did two things. Baun sign seals. Now you can get a tall glass of shut the fuck up, go Birds. I don't know why you're mad at me here, Real. They got the deal done. Congratulations. This now makes him, look at this. This now makes him one of the top paid guys in the NFL. I would have to say that Sweat and Milton are gone. My luxury would be Baun and Becton. So let's take a look at what this now does to your defense, having him back in the room. Your triangle's protected. I would bring Burks back and have my starting linebackers from the Super Bowl ready in September in case Dean is not ready for September. And my triangle is protected, which means Carter, Davis, Baun, and Dean are back. The heart of your defense stays intact. That's a big deal. Let me say this to you, too. Last 4 days. You cut Slay. You're going to bring Slay back. So theoretically, you may only lose 2 men on your defense. With what he's done the last 2 days, I don't believe that they're going to go after. Now, if you bring Baun back and you go get Myles Garrett and you're able to bring Slay back, you'll have a better defensive group than you did a year ago. Because Moro Ajamo can sufficely take the numbers for Milton Williams. You may not have the versatility at being able to play in the 7 technique, 5 technique, and 3 technique. But if you bring him back and you get Myles Garrett, you'll have a better defensive group than you did in your Super Bowl season. Now, if you use the 32nd pick to take a pass rusher, or you move up to get James Pierce or the kid from BC, and you put an edge on the other side of Nolan, you're going to be just as formidable. Let me tell you something here. Howie Roseman is playing chess. The rest of the league right now is playing checkers. He's playing chess. By the way, 3 years, $51 million with the cap going up, and in the next 3 years, it'll be over $300 million. Right now, personally, he's got, what did he have? $28 million before this deal? $30 million in cap space? I mean, my phone's blowing up here, so I want to get exactly the number here on what this comes to. We said between 48 and 51 yesterday. That sounded right. Paying him $17 million annually, and you just got through paying Barkley 20. This guy is astonishing. Howie Roseman's astonishing. This is fucking unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, where's their credit card? Surely it's got to say card declined when you plug it in. It's just unbelievably insane great. 7 days to the start of free agency. This guy's the best in the business. Not close. Dude, so I signed Barkley and I get this. You know what they must have thought? What's out there in the open market? Nothing. Why not invest in our own guys? Linebackers that are out there? No, thank you. Running backs that are out there? No, thank you. The Eagles have the best collection of free agents of any team. You know why? They're the champs. And now because you signed Barkley to that deal, Becton's got to be second. Then you're in the draft. And then you try to roll the dice whether or not you're going to get Garrett. Dude, you lose Milton Williams and you lose Josh Sweat and you sign. Hey, Hoss, you can have the 32nd pick and a couple other shitty picks in this draft because this draft's shitty. If you want Garrett, you can have 3 picks. Now that you got Baun back, so how would this defense look to you? Nolan Smith, Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Moro Ujamo, Myles Garrett, Zach Baun, and Cooper DeJean. That's your front seven. You guys got to start writing some love letters to your owner. Fucking guy, that owner is unbelievable. We can't overlook glory. That's right. You can produce. That's right. JD3, I'll tell you this too, man. If I'm a free agent, and I said this shit yesterday, if you're a free agent, you're doing this. Damn. I'm gonna tell you one thing that you're doing different than New England. Xander, I missed a couple supers. I don't want to miss them. Guys, do me a favor. I'm going to show you something that you're doing differently than the Brady Patriots. Sills, love all you say. Since we are playing hypothetical, we can make all the moves you say. We are better. Maybe if Myles sustains season-ending injury, how good are we then? Well, we have to give up worst-case scenario. We'll get to that. I promise you, T. Thank you, T, by the way. Screw them picks right now. Take the ones, take the twos. I don't care. Get the Eagles a premier DE. I love Howie. Absolutely. Xander, I might have missed one other one. If I did, please, I apologize. I'm going to tell you guys one thing that you do better than the Eagle, than what the Patriot Dynasty did. Baun sign Sills. I already read this guy. Congratulations. Hey, he signed him. Great. I've been waiting for the deal. Thank you, Howie. How about this now? Here is the one thing you are starting to do different than what the New England Patriots did during their time when they won 6 Super Bowls. What's the one thing you're doing that they never did? They are rewarding their players. New England never rewarded players. They moved them. The Eagles are paying the men that helped them win. They never did that in New England. They never paid Brady. Brady was never the highest paid quarterback in the NFL in his entire career in New England. Brady never made top-end money until he got to Tampa. Not true. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They're paying them. Now, what's the chances of them paying another $20 million on that side of the football? I think slim. I think Milton's going to get a 4-year, $80 million deal. But here, now that you got Baun back, like I said, here's your defense. Smith, Carter, Davis, Ojamo. You still need an edge? Sills, what percentage do you give Howie for the Super Bowl now? And he won his second without Doug. A ton. But I think he's a different guy now, Akbar. I think he's a different GM than when he was in 17. I think he's a different guy. I think he's better now. Xander, I missed the Super. I apologize, dog. So after winning the Super Bowl, we are the best team in the NFC since 2000. 8 NFC championship appearances, 4 NFC championships, 3 Super Bowl appearances, and 2 Lombardi trophies. Jeremiah, correct. Well, the Rams since 2000 have 2 Super Bowls too. But I would give it to you. Yes. And I thought you had a 2004 appearance, and I thought you had 4 Super Bowl appearances. 04, 17, 22, and this past season. I think that's 4 seasons. So again, you still need that edge. Right now you got Jalen Hurts up there. Now you got Baun back. Let's put Dean in there. Or, right? And you got corner. You got Q. Your safeties. You got CJ. Reed. Nickel is DeJean. Or at the corner, really the only 2 positions you're really looking at right now is depth in the defensive tackle position. You need an edge. And you need a corner. Maybe you don't need a corner. Maybe you need a nickel slot. Depending what you're going to do with Cooper DeJean. Are you going to put him out there? In the last 2 days, you've answered a lot on the defensive side of the football. And you created cap space by giving this contract to Baun. This guy's wielding in a different room here. People are blowing it's crazy. 34 guaranteed. Now remember something, the $51 million, I don't really give a shit about the $51 million. I care more about the I care more about the guarantees. By the way, Dallas Goedert is up for a new deal. And I wonder how much money is left on his contract with money owed to him. What are they going to do with Dallas Goedert? Because his deal, I don't think he has any money left on it. Vic Fangio had to be pushing for this too. He had to be. By the way, Marcus Hayes from the Inquirer will join us at 5:30. And we'll have Xander at 3:30. Give me a like total, guys. I appreciate all your chats. I will say this. You guys just won the Super Bowl a month ago. You're winning the offseason. You're winning the offseason. You're winning it. I don't hear another team. Every other fucking team in the league must be doing. What in the world are we doing? The Cowboys signed a mediocre tackle. We were 30th in rush defense. Why? He stunk too. What's Kansas City doing? Bringing back Travis Kelce? I would have fucking cut that guy. Oh, he has gotten better. He's paying running backs and linebackers now. Hey, you know what he didn't want to do? He didn't want to do what Xander said he wouldn't do. I'm not drafting a linebacker at 32. No, thank you. The league's asleep. But I take back everything I said about that guy. I'll take a knee. I'll tell you this. I'll eat more crow on that take about him than I will on your season last year. This guy's fucking unbelievable. I can't remember a GM that it's so easy for him. It's got to be the player relationship too, and the way he does business. Good to see us go old school by investing in linebackers and running back, isn't it? We should restructure Dallas, sign Rodgers and Becton, draft the edge and DT, and reunite Mack and Vic. Bring in Khalil Mack. I'm not bringing in Khalil Mack because he's too much money. Dude, look at what they're doing. Kansas City's not the best team in the AFC now. I think it's the Ravens and the Bills. I think that team's going to have cap issues, and I think they got talent issues, especially on offense. Why wouldn't you sign Devontae Adams? If you're the Kansas City Chiefs, you need playmakers, dog. This guy's keeping his playmakers. Dude, how do I look at the defense now? Nolan Smith, Carter, Davis, Moro Jomo. The edge concerns me. I could find him, I think. What if you brought Reddick back? What if you had Nolan Smith and Reddick, which they were probably hoping to design that as a year ago? What if you had Nolan Smith and Reddick? You had Reddick for $9 million. Okay? Reddick and Smith, and then you have Dean and Baun, and everybody in the secondary's back. You have to figure out, because you're going to get Slay. I think you're. I'll tell you this. Do you not agree? If you're Darius Slay and you just saw them sign Baun and bring Baun back, do you really want to go to Detroit or Washington? Jalix Hunt is not Hassan Reddick. And by the way, I threw the name out. Dude, you got to really give it to Jeffrey Lurie. This guy allows so many people to make so many good decisions. I'm starting to think the Eagles are going to get Myles. Me too. Holy shit. Could you see him land Myles Garrett now? Yes. I don't think there's anything out of the realm of possibilities that he can't do right now. You know, Zach Baun got re-signed. Yep. Incredible. Yep. Incredible. Kudos. Absolutely insane. It's speechless shit. Roseman is the real life Jerry Maguire. Players absolutely love him. He is. I mean, just a quick question, and not to get ahead of ourselves, but if Howie gets us a third Super Bowl, will he go to Canton? I think he's already going to Canton. He's already going to Canton. Xander's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Please hit the like button. Give me a total on our likes. And by the way, all supers go to the top. I would say this now, too. With that contract, the Eagles now give that player 3 years, 51. And with the amount of signing bonus, there's got to be an additional $5 million in cap space. In my opinion, I think it's probably going to be somewhere in the room of 3 to 5 in cap space. Is that the same deal they gave Huff? Yeah. I would expect Bryce Huff somehow for them to move off that deal. Seals, can you name 10 wide receivers better than Devonta Smith? I can name 10 wide receivers that are Devonta Smith. Vet free agent would take less money to play here now. Yeah. Did you hear Michael Irvin comparing the idea of Garrett and Carter to Reggie and Jerome? I've already said that, but Mike's got a bigger platform than me, or a bigger name than me, I'll say. Okay, Harv? But I said that, Garrett, and did I not said it? I said it to Jeff Fisher yesterday, too. Garrett and Carter would be like Jerome and Reggie, for sure. Guys, hit the like button. Give me a total on the likes. Congratulations. You're winning the offseason. They made a priority of Barkley. They freed up money with both Bradbury. I said this is exactly what happened yesterday. They freed up the money, and they went and got him. Oh, by the way, remember I said this yesterday, Xander? Watch this. You're going to get about $7-8 million in cap space. You watch with this Barkley deal. You freed up $4.5 million. When it came to Slay, you freed up another $3 million for Bradbury. $15 million. What'd they sign him for? Sign him for $17 million a year. This is exactly what we said yesterday would happen. You found the money. Or they created the money. They created the money. Now, if you're Slay, I want to play. I'll take $7-8 million with escalators to get me maybe to 10. Then you get your entire secondary back. You got your entire linebacking core back. You got your star linebacker back. And now all you need is an edge. God forbid the league, if they get Garrett. Let me tell you this. You know what he did today? Let me show you what he did today. You know how he raised the bar for running backs? Let me ask you the most important thing right now. How about the panic in the league right now, knowing he's the odds-on favorite to get Garrett? Seals, love you, man. No one is perfect. My last two $20.10 supers weren't red. We'll get to him. I promise, T-Bone. No, bro, I'll get to him. I promise you. We'll go back over all of them here. Metcalf requested a trade from Seattle. I'm hearing Green Bay. If Smitty was traded for Garrett plus a first rounder, we also trade for Metcalf. Could you imagine Brown and DK Metcalf? Nothing's out of the realm of possibility. Let me tell you something. If you're Myles Garrett right now, you loved what you just saw the last 2 days in Philly. Because Philadelphia has put the entire league on notice. He's put the entire league on notice. Hey, you better make that deal because I will. And if I make that deal, your defense will look like Nolan Smith, Myles Garrett as your edge rushers, Carter Davis, Jamo, and you'll have Zach Baun and N'Kobe as your front seven. Steel curtain. You'd have the steel curtain. And a young secondary. Howie rewarded his 2 stars from the Super Bowl year in 2 days. Baun and Barkley. You could actually improve your defense from the number 1 team. Can you imagine giving? Get this. Let me ask you this. What do you think Vic Fangio would do with Zach Baun and Myles Garrett and Jalen Carter? you'd have talent that would rival Gangrene. See this right here? This is when you see it. Best player in the league can be on the shittiest team. Usually works that way. It's called the draft. By the way, he did his part. He played on the number 1 defense in the NFL. I'm going to cry joy if we get Garrett. Dude, you get Garrett. Lurie is the final boss. He's seen a big Dom. Is Travis Scott. Hey, JD, if you're Jerry Jones right now and you're watching Jeffrey Lurie and his number 1 guy, Howie Roseman, what are you doing in Dallas? Signing an overrated tackle, and soon you're going to be signing an overrated edge rusher. Howie's almost made the Cowboys single-handedly in the NFC East completely irrelevant. The only thing that the Cowboys have to offer is their history. What else are you selling me? Winning? Winning what? Winning what? Like, what are you selling me in Dallas? The Joneses are not staying up with with Howie. They are not. You know, when he went on that, and they put him in the broom closet, and he got a chance to hang around with that general manager from the San Antonio Spurs, for whatever reason, he became a better general manager. And I think he's a better listener now. Think about what's going on here now. Okay, and how he's doing things that he hasn't done before. Running back gets money. Running back gets an extension. Now he gives a linebacker $17 million. Hey, is he the highest paid Eagle of all time? Is now Zach Baun the highest paid Eagle ever in history? I mean, I know the Huff conversation, but he's got to be the highest. I can't think of anybody who made 18, 19 on defense. Is he the highest paid defensive player in Eagle history? Is my question. Hurts doesn't play defense, guy. Hurts. Trouble's listening. Okay? So Howie paid a linebacker the biggest contract in Philadelphia Eagle history. Just signed Baun. Now, if we get Garrett, it would be great. If you get Myles Garrett, you'll have a better football team than you did in your Super Bowl year. And the entire league will be on complete. If you did that, it would be the best roster in the cap era. The Bucs weren't in the cap era. Fletcher may have made $18 million. Huff signed a 3-year, $50 million deal, dude. He didn't sign a $100 million deal. The general manager, by far, is the most valuable dude in that organization. I mean, the coach is irrelevant. No, the coach is a part of what they're doing. He's not the reason of their success, but he's one of the spark plugs. Howie's the tree, like Howie's the Christmas tree, and everything else in the organization is like the Christmas lights and bulbs that you put on the tree, which means he's the foundation of what they're building around. It's a tremendous deal. And they made sure the one thing that I said they couldn't do. By the way, look at the deal that they signed him to, a $17 million deal. Howie knew if Baun gets on the open market, someone will give him 20. He probably took $3 million less. His agent, Baun and his agent could have easily said, let's go see the open market. Somebody would have paid me 20. If Howie, get this, guys, if Howie Roseman, paid him 17, don't you think some loser team would have paid him 20? Yes. He theoretically probably took a $3 million haircut to stay in Philly. Somebody would have offered him more. Why? You can't let Philly get everybody back and then pursue Garrett and land him? No way. No way. Roseman and his agent probably said, listen, hey, man, here's where we are. We have a 3-year, $51 million deal. We're going to pay you $17 million. He made $3.5 million a year ago. This guy now is signed for generational money. And you know what Baun did? I'm not going open market. And that's respect for Vic and the opportunity the Eagles gave him. Now, grass ain't greener on the other side. There could be more money out there for me with a lesser team. Look at this. Are you going to try to tell me you don't think the Patriots with $127 million in cap space would have made a play for him? Or the Raiders at $95 million? Or Arizona at $78 million? This was a deal both parties wanted. Okay? Love the offseason here. Roseman's having a Super Bowl offseason. That's right. How he changed his life. The Eagles changed his life. 34 million reasons why he changed his life. Think about Zach Baun in the last year playing in Philly. You were a special teams guy 14 months ago in New Orleans. You signed a 1-year prove-it deal, $3.5 million. You make All-Pro. You win a Super Bowl. And now you just signed a contract for 3 years, $51 million with 34 guaranteed. It's got to be one of the greatest rise to riches I've ever seen in NFL history. Where a guy had been in the league 5 years and nobody knew who he was. I'll tell you this, as much as I kick the shit out of the Giants, if you're New Orleans and you're the Saints and you had that guy in the building the whole time and you didn't see that, hey, dude, ask yourself, why are you $60 million over the cap? Why are you working on a new head coach? Why are you in purgatory for the next 2 years? And why are you in a position where you got a shitty quarterback that you got to make decisions on? why the Eagles are. Look at the Saints. Saints compared to the Eagles? I mean, what are we talking about here? See, as we're winning the offseason, imagine we win the draft. Howie's a genius. Sure looks that way. Sure looks that way. Didn't you get your edge down there at 32? You signed Sawyer. You put him on the team. And Sawyer turns out to be a 10-sack guy. It's a triple slam. So you put Sawyer, Smith, you put that whole thing together. If you don't, so look at where you now are. You know what your options are? Garrett or an edge on a rookie deal. Or Garrett. And what does Howie do with that $80 million? They bring him in, restructure the $80 million, drop him down, and create depth in the defensive tackle position in the draft. He got better. Howie's on the threshold of making the defense better than it was talent-wise a year ago. If I lose Milton Williams, keep Baun, add an edge, or get Garrett, and I get Slay back at a cheaper number, what are we talking here? Birdside and Baun give away 25 draft picks. 1, 2, 5, 5, 5. 2026, 1, 2, 6, 7 for Garrett. No players traded too much, a little too much. Browns need draft picks to bolster roster. Agreed. Giants sign him back if he told them whatever offered. Dude, the Giants and the Saints look like assholes. So do the Jets. You mean the Jets didn't have any insight to be able to go? A Nick Sirianni suggestion. Why don't you play guard? The Jets couldn't figure that out? Guys, hit the like button. Appreciate all the supers. Please hit the like button. Seals, do you think Howie's going to finish the D with a free agent and trades and go mostly now, especially if we sign Slay and get Garrett? I think you're going to need some depth. I think listen, here, I've got where I think they're going to go, but I think you need a tight end. I think you need more depth at tackle, maybe another rotational piece at edge. I'd like to see another corner up there somewhere. Get him in the draft, get him cheap. And by the way, Keely Ringo and these other dudes that you have back there, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see maybe another safety, depending on what you're going to do with Cooper DeJean. Getting Baun signed now gives you flexibility. Dude, tampering? Every single team and agent are tampering right now. And you know what they're doing? They're conspiring. They have to catch the Eagles. Here, the Eagles have lapped the league now. Every offseason, when you're a champion, they make it hard on you to repeat for a reason. Put you at 32 in the draft. Usually you have to pay out the ass when it comes to guys like this. By the way, these contracts aren't cheap. I don't believe in Ringo. Sills, giving you credit. Called Baun yesterday. You said 16, 15 to 17. You were spot on with the math. Yeah, they cleared the space and used it. Looks like better next to Brown. The helmet. I took you guys' advice. I moved the Cowboy helmet away from the Jerome Brown jersey. Seals, do you think that the Max Crosby deal impacts the Cowboys and Micah? I mean, look, dude. Max Crosby signing a deal with the Raiders. Okay. Raiders need a quarterback. Raiders are messing around with the wrong things. Do you know what gives the Eagles? Guys, I'll ask you this. What gives the Eagles the flexibility to do these things in the offseason? What do you think gives them the flexibility? What gives them the flexibility to do what they're doing right now? Jeff's bag? True. They've addressed the D and O lines, and most notably the O lines. They can make luxury signs at linebacker. Why? Because Carter hit. Carter's the linchpin on that defense. Carter and Baun are the same impact as Dan Hampton and Mike Singletary. Joe Green, Jack Lambert, Seth Joyner, Jerome Brown. Every time you name me one of the greatest defensive linebackers of all time, you tell me who played in front of him. And I'll show you a linebacker that benefits off the guys in front of him. Every single great linebacker that's ever played in the league has had a great DT in front of him. Giving me edge rushers? Hey, what did Trey Hendrickson do for the Bengals last year? I must have missed that. Careful, Sills. You're being too nice recently. You might work yourself back into Eagles' good graces. I just call it like I see it. Whatever that looks like. You think I'm like Skip Bayless and shit, that I'm going to sit there and keep driving a stupid point? Why? You keep saying the same shit that's dumb over and over, then you're a dumbass. Sills, what do you think about Huff or Kyle Pitts? Come on, man. Stop with Huff's a nobody. He's a scrub. Beast mode. You want Kyle Pitts? He's a first-round pick. Bryce Huff's a scrub. He's a scrub. If you like Kyle Pitts, act like you like him, beast mode. Put somebody's name next to him who you like, not some scrub. Okay? The kid Pitts is not physical enough. You put him on the Eagles, that means you got to play him in space. He wasn't physical at Florida. He wasn't physical. Dan Mullen said it numerous times. He recruited him. You can't put him with a defensive end in front of him because the D end will crush him. Do you want that in your huddle? I'll tell you one thing about the Eagle offensive huddle. Before we get back to Baun here in a minute. The Eagle huddle here offensively. Name me one guy in that huddle who's soft or you would consider a finesse player. Can you name me one, including the fucking quarterback? Name me one guy in the Eagle huddle offensively that's a finesse player. One guy. Not no way. Devontae is undersized. Would I call him soft? No fucking way. Dude, that guy throws his body out there all the time blocking. No way. You're trying to tell me you think Devonta Smith's not tough? I'm not that. He may be small, but tough? Sorry, that's not how I see him. I would not ever use the word soft with him or finesse with Devonta Smith. Absolutely not. No way would I consider him a finesse guy. The Eagles don't have one finesse player in that offensive huddle. Why would you want to add one? I think he's a tough kid too. Even the quarterback's a tough guy. Look at the guys you have on defense. Nolan Smith may be undersized, but what does Vic always say about him? He plays with tremendous velocity. Give me 5'7", swamped with shit. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Xander. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Tremendous stuff here, man. Tremendous. Appreciate everybody. Do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Okay? Now add Garrett on top of the Baun signing and forget about it. See everyone in February again. Blaze. Agreed. 250 likes. Guys, let's get to 300 by the top of the hour, please. I love your super chats. Thank you guys so much. Hey, you guys should be very excited. Having a tremendous offseason. You're winning the offseason. You're winning it. Okay? You're winning it. Seals, what do you think about Huff? Okay, we got that. My bad. Love this time of the year. Thanks for the great content. Gabe, thank you for the Eagles. The Eagles do it right. The Cowboys don't know what they're doing. Where in the world? Marcus, 90% chance we sign Myles Garrett. I don't know, man. You know what, Marcus? I don't know. Marquise, I just want to hear you say now that he saw if necessary. Jan Dotson. I like that, Brian. Build Howie a statue if he gets Garrett. I think that statue's coming anyway. Shills, would you re-sign Brandon Graham? Yeah. He wants. I thought he was exceptionally productive. I thought he was really great. And I thought he was productive last year. I would not have a problem with that. Steve. Thank you. Sorry. Steve. Thank you. Hey, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Appreciate you guys very much. Graham, as a rotational player, and you use him in the Steve, and you use him as a rotation guy. Yes, thank you guys. This is way too busy for that. There, please hit the like button. Thank you. So yes, I would bring Brandon Graham back. Steve's, I think, very excited about you getting Zach Baun signed too. Kyle. Yeah. Hey, that's right. Very good right here, Leon. Even Steve's giving Stevie Boy's giving Zach Baun a shout out to Howie. Congratulations to you, man. He's listening to the show too. He goes, he's just telling you guys he signed Zach Baun. Congratulations to you. How you doing? Dude, get this. Cowboys are up to something. Restructured CD and Dak for room for Micah. How about room for Garrett? You put Garrett on the other side of Micah. That still doesn't put them in. And they re-signed that tackle. Maybe the Cowboys are going to make a run at Myles Garrett. Hey, you know what you guys just did? How about this? You made the Cowboys have to sign him. Still sounds like Will Ferrell telling at Steve or yelling at Steve. Thank you, Martin. Do you guys think you made the Cowboys have to trade for Myles Garrett? Steve's calling Howie the dog whisperer. That's hilarious. That's fantastic. Absolutely, guys. Dude. Now it's either 32 or Garrett. It's 32 or Garrett. on where you are right now. This guy's murdering every team in the – get this. Let me ask you guys a question here. Do you think there's a move out there that can move anybody closer to the Eagles right now? What if Dallas did sign Garrett? I really think there's only one team. Or two, that'd be Washington and Detroit that I would be concerned about. If we give away enough draft picks for Garrett, this is doable. It's totally doable. You got Baun signed. Milton can be replaced. Bring back BG for rotation and use draft picks in the street to fill needs. Stupid? No. No. Because you're bringing the core back and the center of your defense back. Hey, wait a minute. See what he says here? She'll stop with Garrett to Dallas. LA Rams, another possibility, NFC destination. No, what you're missing, what I'm saying, Dime, I'm saying you're making these other teams have to catch you. You're making these other teams have to make moves. Remember what Jerry Jones said at the Combines? Hey, man, rent's due. Looks like they're paying their bills on time to me. Looks like the Eagles are paying their bills on time. I don't know what he's talking about. Hey, Jerry, you're restructuring dudes. Get this. Let me ask you this. Micah Parsons could probably start on the Eagles. He would. That D tackle couldn't. Washington's our biggest threat. Second best team in the NFL. I put Detroit in that conversation too, dude. Leon, I'd put Detroit up there too with that. Okay? I would put Detroit in that conversation. I mean, Roseman's winning the offseason. And Slay is a 70% shot of coming back, according to Drew Rosenhaus. Zach Baun, 3 years, $51 million. Remember we said yesterday, you freed the cap money up. You got the money. Everything we pointed out yesterday, when it came to Bradbury's money, when it came to the contract extension for Barkley, they didn't just do that for shits and giggles. And for Slay, it came to around $15 or $16 million. There it is. 3 years, $51 million. And there is no question he could have got more money on the open market. They wanted to stay with each other. It's 7 days before. Hey, if Howie Roseman paid him 17, do you think there's another team out there that would have paid him 20? I do. All right. Marcus Hayes is going to join us at 5:30 from the Philadelphia Inquirer. We'll get your thoughts or his thoughts there at 5:30. A lot of stuff going on right now. By the way, we'll get to all of your super chats. I promise you, all of them. The last 4 days, nobody. This guy's playing chess. Everyone's playing checkers. It's astonishing. You got a chance to have your defense personnel better than you did a year ago. He's going to upgrade. He's going to upgrade the ends, at least with a first-round pick at 32. The minimum he's going to upgrade the defensive end position with a first-round pick at minimum if you don't land Garrett. You bring Slay back 1 year. Are you not better? The only dude that you're going to miss is Sweat. All right. I do think Becton is an important piece. Guys, you guys are great. I appreciate you guys all in here right now. Do me a favor, please. All super chats go to the top. Hey, if you're the 49ers and the Lions, Minnesota, Washington, what the fuck are you doing? You're letting this guy beat you up for 8 rounds right now. Where are you? Dude, Deebo Samuel, that's a decent move. All right. A great conversation this morning on Birds 365. Let's bring our boy in here now. Xander Krauss, Big Z, on a big day here with the Eagles signing Zach Baun, 3 years, $51 million. And the most important number, obviously, is the 34 guaranteed. The 34 guaranteed is going to drop the $17 million annually per. And this is where you could potentially still get Myles Garrett. And there's no question, the Eagles are now in the front row with the best odds to land Myles Garrett. That's what everybody around the league is saying. I mean, this guy looks like he's making a team that could be even better than what they, or personnel at least, than what they even had a year ago. Xander, your takeaway here on this thing here, 3 years, $51 million.
Are you ready, Sileo? Are you ready, Sileo, for year 2 of the no-holes defense, which is now formulating in the Howie Roseman lab? Well, how do I feel about it? I feel incredible. This is the one move, Sills, I wanted, and I think it was obvious, all right? I think the move was obvious, but Eagles fans are fair to look at this move before it happened to be like, is it going to get done? You look at the offensive side, you look at the contract, you look at Howie's history with linebackers. It was fair to wonder what was going on with this move and how he got it done. It's a well-earned deal. I think he paid him very handsomely, which is well-deserved. And again, Sills, you said it yesterday when they signed Saquon. The rest of the league is looking around at this football team, at this front office and saying, how the hell do I get to that organization? How the hell do I get drafted to Philly? How the hell do I get on that defense? How the hell do I play for that general manager? And it's a credit to the way they do business right now. I think you said it perfectly. They're playing chess. Everybody's playing checkers. And the no-holes defense coming back for year 2, baby.
How about this, too? Myles Garrett put a statement out when he demanded that he get released and said, I want to go to Canton. That didn't necessarily mean it had to go through Cleveland. I want to go to Canton. If you're there sitting there watching this and you still got $80 million on the contract and you see how this guy is building his football team and the way that they're doing this, they're doing one thing differently that New England never did. You know what that was? New England never fucking paid top-end players. They got rid of them. This guy's paying them. They're doing one thing and then the other thing, and they're creating an environment here that you're right. If I'm Myles Garrett, I'm like, fuck, man. You mean to tell me if I roll into Philadelphia and I have a superstar year and I give that guy 18 sacks, he's not going to bump me 2 extra years like he just did Barkley and give me an extension as well and up my pay? Dude, and I'm playing with better players.
Right.
I'll do that deal. I'll restructure. I'll do what we need to make this happen. I'm telling you here, Xander, you get Baun in the building. Now you've got Smith. You've got your front. Dude, Moro Jomo. Okay. Hey, Milton, see you. You put him there. Then you put Garrett on the other side of him. You got Baun. I would like Burks back because I think he's a good safety net in case of what happens.
Yeah. I think that's a little less likely now. Burks back.
Depending on what that money is, man.
Yeah, just think. I mean, they just gave more money
to a $7 million guy.
No, but is he a $5 million guy on the open market? Probably. With the way he played in the Super Bowl, you know how teams are, Sills. I mean, the benefit of that last game, brother. That's how it's going to work. But I just saying, I don't expect him to be back now. But again, this team is in sales. It's March 5th, bro. It's March 5th. If you're that Eagles organization, if you're a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles, if you're a hater of the Philadelphia Eagles, you got to be down bad. But if you're a fan of this team, if you're a player on this team, if you're a guy in that front office, you got to be feeling good on March 5th, man. You got Baun done. You got an extension for Barkley that freed up cap room and took care of the number one player in the NFL basically last year. You got a lot more room to go. You still have all your draft picks. The draft is in front of you. And again, if you lost Baun, you could say reasonably there's zero chance that this defense is the same as they were last year. Now you got guys on the front coming back and Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, Mora Jomo. You got guys in the second level coming back with Zach Baun, Nakobe Dean. We'll see about Nakobe Dean's injury. You go to the secondary. Both your safeties are returning and your two-star cornerbacks in Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell are returning. Right now, the only fluctuation is that second defensive tackle, which we know it's probably going to be a Jomo, that defensive end, which they're probably going to go to the draft or obviously the trade for Myles Garrett's out there as well, and then replacing Darius Slay. Like, you got to feel good on March 5th right now about what this team has done to knock some of the pins down and start to, cross their T's and dot their I's on rebuilding this roster. Because, look, we are the defending Super Bowl champions, but Sileo is a former player. Anybody who's played any sport really at a high level knows when that clock turns, it's a new year, man. You got to rebuild that thing. You got to have a new championship. Your championship team in 2025, 2026 will look different than it did in 2024, 2025. And it doesn't happen by accident. So right now, in my estimation, they're doing all the things necessary to return. And it's going to be interesting to see what they do in the draft and free agency and the rest of the offseason.
They're playing the fifth quarter of the Super Bowl right now.
Yeah, such a good way to put it.
They're just in the fifth quarter right now. They've never let out and off the gas pedal.
Yeah.
I mean, they have just – what did he take, a day off? Maybe the parade, and then he was back in it again? I mean, it's such a winning mentality, man. I mean, the things they're doing right now, that it just shows you if you're a free agent and you're watching them, what they're doing, you're going like, man, look at the Cowboys. The Cowboys look like they're in molasses. The Eagles look like they're on jet skis. I mean, they're just running by people right now, signing their own players, freeing. Dude, this guy is signing his players, freeing cap space up, and he's putting the league on notice going, well, let me tell you something. If you fuckers are still going to sleep, I'll grab that guy in Cleveland, and then you know what? I'll put you in a sleeper hold for the next 3 years.
Yeah, we had Mike Gill on this morning. He compared it to how we take the Dodgers approach, where they win the World Series, and then they go out and get the Cy Young winner, and the best pitcher in baseball. It's like, I don't know. Maybe he will continue to push like that. But, boy, remember when they won the Super Bowl, and, I was obviously feeling good as an Eagle fan after they win the Super Bowl. But, we talked about this is potentially the golden era of the Eagles. We have 49ers fans in our chat right now who talk about the 49ers glory days till they're blue in the face. Niners, about time to get another one. All right, but you talk about the Cowboys of the 90s and that dynasty they had. I'm really starting to believe, and I did believe it, but I think this is the Eagles' time, man. I think with the way Howie Roseman is operating right now, with the way the team is built in terms of the youth on the roster, and not only youth that's playing as well as they are, I think that everything is in front of this organization, and we could be talking about a couple Super Bowls, three, 4 Super Bowls, if they play their cards right. Obviously, that's a big if, but I'm just saying, I think everything is set up for this team to dominate for the next couple of years, and I think they're the class of the NFC by Sills. Look at the NFC East. I mean, Commanders look good. I'll give them that, but Cowboys, I feel like the Cowboys are in oblivion. The New York Football Giants, what the New York Giants, they shouldn't even be an NFL team.
They're irrelevant.
They're irrelevant. I mean, I just think we're so far ahead of everybody right now in the NFC, and we're operating at a higher level. So every year that margin, is growing a little bit more, and teams are going to keep up. Teams are going to make moves as well. But, if we stay disciplined like we have, the more things the more moves that they make, the more advantage they create for themselves. And so, real quick, I just want to read this to you. Let me see if I can find it real quick. The list of people that Howie has gotten done. I mean, you go back to 2023, and I can't find it, but I'll try and rattle it off the top of my head. You go back to 2023, they signed Jalen Hurts to a $255 million deal. They signed Lane Johnson to a $90 or $80 million extension. You go to 2024, A.J. Brown got done for $90 million. Devonta Smith got done for $75 million. Jordan Mailata got an extension. Landon Dickerson got done for $80 million. Now you go ahead to 24, Saquon Barkley, Zach Baun, like, they just continue to do things year after year. And even when it feels like at times, is the bill going to come due? Is it, are you going to get squeezed? Is eventually the pipe going to burst? It feels like they just, again, make a move to right the ship.
Dude, the guy who makes that thing continue to move and the fuel to the Eagles is not Roseman. It's Laurie.
Yeah.
It's the owner. He is the only guy. I don't know. Dude, I got to tell you, there's certain teams in the league. Like I've said this before. Are you trying to win, or are you trying to win the bullshit game where you're fooling your fans just so that they can buy season tickets and them? You have a 9-8 season and you're kind of hanging around and you're using it as like a business way of you making money. Or are you really trying to win? Are you trying to win championships? I think there's 7-8 teams in the league that are really trying to win championships.
Right. Might be
and
even less than that.
This guy here wants, dude, you know how you know he wants to win? It's the money he's putting up front.
Right.
Dude, the 34 million is the number. The 51's really not. The 31 is. And bro, I mean, by the way, like I said yesterday, he went and got the Barkley, Slay, and Bradbury, created the money, and the next day they paid him. This is what he did.
It's amazing.
Created the space. Get this. Do you know that he probably didn't really look? Nobody in their right mind with any football sense thinks that the Saquon Barkley 2-year extension, hey, man, you're really a good dude. I fucking love you. Here's an extra fucking. That's not how that works. You know what they did? I promise you. When all the NFLPA numbers come out and the contracts and the T's and the I's are dotted and crossed, I guarantee you there's going to be $7 million in cap space or like something like that.
I know.
That created this room here for Baun to be signed.
Yeah, and the other thing that Howie does that people don't realize is in all these big contracts you see with Saquon yesterday, with Baun today, with Jalen Hurts, with A.J. Brown, with Devonta Smith, Landon Dickerson, all these contracts, he works in a clause that the people are never going to lose money, but he has the ability to rework them at any time, basically without their even approval, because he can just bend money, move it around, update it. The owner's willing to convert it into cash bonuses and give it to them up front. They have a lot of ways. So, I always say to people who are in the chat, we have X amount of cap space, this many or X. Don't even look at it. Yeah, it's irrelevant because Howie is going to dance and shake and bake around all of those things like you saw him do this last week, and he's going to get it done if he needs to get it done. So we're in a good spot right now. The team is young. I think you're filled with not only good players, but I think the right players. I think you have championship
players.
I think championship DNA players, man, that want to be in the city, that play hard. Yeah, that's a Herb Brooks.
Right players.
Remember Herb Brooks? I'm not looking for the best players, Craig. I'm looking for the right ones. Well, we got good ones in Philly, and we got the right ones as it seems right now. So good spot for this Eagles team to be in.
You agree with me on this, that Baun could have said in his agent, that's a really nice offer. But let me get out there on the market because if Roseman's going to pay him 17.
Right, someone's going to pay him more.
Someone's going to pay him 20. Okay? Because they have to stay up with this guy. You know what he did? They both went, this guy saved me. This guy helped me. This guy made me. And I got to think Vic Fangio had an influence on both sides. Hey, I want you here. And then the player saying, I want to play for you. And then he tells the agent, we could get more money. We probably could have got 55, 60, maybe 58, somewhere out there in that range. No, I'm going to stay here because I'm in an environment. And you know what that does? If I'm a free agent and I hear that and I watch that, I go, man, Baun could have made 20.
Yeah.
He didn't want to make 20. It's almost the Patriot effect. I'm going to stay here because the quarterback, the situation, we got a winning environment. We've won all these games. You know what? I'll take $2 million, $3 million less, and I'll stay here. By the way, don't think I haven't forgotten what Smitty did a year ago by signing that hometown cooking. Because now, guess what you're getting? You're getting hometown cooking. This is the second hometown cooking deal in 2 years. The Devonta Smith deal and the Baun deal. Guys want to play in that building. Those two guys say, hey, you know what? All good. I'll stay here. And hey, don't worry. Put that 5th-year option in. I mean, dude, you now have made Philadelphia a place where you want to play. Do I want to play in Dallas? No. Here's the places I would play in the NFC outside of Philly. The Rams. I don't know. Rams and Philly. Detroit? No, taxes. The taxes up there.
Well, Philly's not great either in taxes. But let me bring you back just to I thought what you said there was great with Zach Baun and wanting to play here. And I'll bring you guys back to a quote that Zach Baun gave on locker room cleanout day. All right, this is courtesy of Dave Zangaro. It's revived my love for the game, honestly. I think it was dwindling there in New Orleans for a while. It revived my love for this and the passion I have for this game, and that's talking about the 2024 season in Philly. And while I agree with Sileo, Vic Fangio as a part, while I agree the team as a part, while I agree the success as a part, there's another thing that I think that has a part here that maybe people in the media won't give credit for. I think the fans of this city have a part. People love to shit on the fan base of this city because of our passion, but when you're a guy like Zach Baun and you show up and you leave it all on the field and you play your heart out and you play the way he did and commit the way he did, there is no fan base in the world that will make you feel better than the Philadelphia Eagles fan base. I'm telling you right now, I felt it when we were all down at the parade celebrating on Broad Street. When you play for this city will fight for you like nobody else before. Now, if you don't play, we're gonna make you our bitch. We're gonna slap you back and forth. But when you play for this city, man, this city makes it special. And I think that has an effect as well, man, to win and to win in a city like this. It makes it special. I think
there's something in there to that. Like when you hear people who play in Buffalo or when you hear people who play in Pittsburgh, they talk, or Green Bay, they talk like that too. But don't underestimate the environment of winning.
Yeah. And
how important and intoxicating that can become when you're in a winning environment like that and you're winning like all these games. And remember something, you come from New Orleans, dude, you were nobody in the building. All of a sudden you walk into this. Look at Zach Baun's life in the last 15 months. He went from a $3.5 million contract, special teams, outside edge rusher, maybe in Philly, and they had signed Devin White to be the guy.
Right.
Devin White was supposed to be Zach Baun. And guess what ended up happening? They go, no, we'll put him in there. And in 15 months, this guy has an all-pro season. He wins the Super Bowl, and he's rewarded with a 3-year, $51 million deal. Xander, I've never heard of that.
It's incredible.
I've never seen anything like that.
I was just talking to John, and John's like, the story back at the start of training camp or middle of training camp, getting closer to the start of the season, and Zach Baun walks up to Vic Fangio, and he's like, at what point am I going to be able to kind of rush the passer? That's like what I do. When are you going to? And Vic just kind of laughed and was just like, that opportunity might not come. So it's pretty amazing. This whole story, man, with Zach Baun is incredible. And maybe this is the Philly in me, but, the one thing I do love about a lot of the players on this team right now, and I know you're right where you shouldn't fall in love with players, we're Eagle fans. I mean, even the owner, right? Everybody, the Eagles brand will outlast all of these people. Every last one of them, it was here before all of them, and it'll be here well after they're gone and we're gone. So the brand is the most important part, but I do love some of the players that we have on this locker room in terms of, dude, think about it. Like, you've given Jalen his fair share of shit. I think you've given him a lot of kudos since he's earned it. But, just it's a Philly story, man. It gets doubted at every level, benched in the national title game, told constantly you're never going to win with the way you win, told constantly the way you play football is not enough, told you can't do it this way. Boom, and he prevails and does what he does. Saquon Barkley, sent out to pasture in New York. Boom, comes here, and is a leader in Philly. Zach Baun, never thought he would be this. Comes to Philly, embraces it, wears his heart on his sleeve, plays hard, for this city, gets rewarded with a massive contract, and is talked about now as one of the best defensive players in the league. This team is filled with players that embody what this city is all about. And it's not all about the underdog. It's about the passion that we wear. We love hard in Philly and we fight hard in Philly, right? And I think that's a big, big thing. And this team is, credit to Howie, because I think, again, we said it earlier, I think he's got the right players for this team and for this city.
Let me show you something here, what you just said. Let's go down that list. Hurts, second rounder, benched. Barkley, thrown away from New York. AJ, didn't want to give him $6 million in Tennessee. Devonta, is he too small? Goddard, injured often. Okay. They liked him. They still took him in the second. Not much of a story there. But here's Mulata, 7th round pick.
Right.
Came from nowhere.
How about the Becton story, dude? How about the
Let me go down the list. Dickerson, 2nd round. Probably pissed off he didn't go in the 1st. Becton was thrown away in New York. Here he is, all pro. You got Jordan Davis. Okay, was he that guy? I don't know, but he surely helped me win a Super Bowl. Jalen Carter was in a situation where somebody died and they questioned his character. I don't anymore. Okay, Dean played a ton of football last year. Questioned, played great. Zach Baun, thrown away. Nobody knew who he was. Gardner Johnson was sitting on the Saints roster as a corner and not used and only used in special teams.
And I'll add a couple more.
Reed Blankenship, not drafted. I mean, Slay or Cooper DeJean. They didn't draft him in the 1st round because he's a white dude.
Ready? How about this, too? How about Nick Sirianni, who was told constantly, you're a clown as a head coach, your flower analogy stupid, fuck, you shouldn't be the coach of this football team, even as early as this season, right? And he answers the bell and comes out. How about Howie Roseman? You get tossed into the broom. Get out of here, guy. You don't know football. You stunk. You fucked this whole thing up. Go to the broom closet. You can't draft defense. Look what he's done.
And the owner sent him there.
Look what he's done.
And the owner sent him there.
Right. But I'm saying every level, coaches, there's a lot of Philly on this team, man. And I think that's why so many people are so many Philly fans are attached to this team. And I really understand it. I really do. And, again, credit to what they've done. Now they got to sustain it, by the way. This is all just talk. I mean, if you don't go out and put your best foot forward on the field, it's not going to matter. But they're doing everything right now.
Let me tell you this. If I fill your gas tank up and you can't drive across the country, that's on the players here. Roseman's doing his gig right now.
Yep.
So whatever happens here, dude, Howie doesn't coach, Howie's not part of that. But I'll tell you one thing. He's doing everything to make sure that, get this, Xander, that you have all the tools to cross the ocean and get to the other side. That's what he's done. And you know what, too, he's doing? He's trying to upgrade the goddamn team.
Yeah.
Because if you get an edge at 32, the minimum, you're going to upgrade your pass rush at 32 with a draft pick. Who knows he doesn't move up into 15 and grab the kid from BC? Or I don't think he's going to get the kid Mike Green. I found out that there's some bullshit about his past.
Yeah, I saw that.
He may not grab that kid. That kid's probably one of the better guys. By the way, hit the like button. We're going to read the supers here in a second. But, I mean, dude, he's winning the offseason. This guy's having a Super Bowl offseason right now.
Again, he's winning the offseason, man. I mean, it's just impressive what's going on. I mean, let's just run, real quick. I just saw this pop up on my feed. All right. Here's the top cap hits, all right, for the Eagles in 2025 right now. Number 1 is your quarterback, Jalen Hurts, $21.8 million cap hit.
Which ain't dick.
Which ain't nothing. Look at what Dak Prescott's is. Look at what other quarterbacks in the league. I mean, come on. A.J. Brown's 17.5. Lane Johnson, 17.4. Jordan Mailata's 15.3. Slay is 13.7. Goddard's 11.8. Devonta Smith is $7.5 million with that contract. And Bryce Huff, 7.5. So, again, every contract you hear, man, Howie has a way to manipulate it to make it team friendly. This team is in a good spot right now. All right. That is one thing for sure.
It's 70-30 Slay's back.
I love that. I love that news. I love that you talked to Drew today and you brought that up earlier on the show. By the way, Sileo, the most connected man I've ever met literally in my life. The guy just knows everybody. I love that. You know what? I really think that while I love this youth movement and I love all the youth on this team, I think in a way, at least in my perspective, it makes these older guys even more valuable to me where, I'm not saying I need them to be all pro players, but I value that presence in the locker room, that guy that's been around the block more times than you, that guy that can teach you something, that guy that can show you the way somebody's running around. I value that. So if Slay's going to come back, man, I love it. I put it out on Twitter today. I'm doing a deal with 1 year, $8 million. I don't know if Slay will take that deal, but that's what I'd be willing to do. And we'll see what ends up happening.
How about this? Also, is there a better option than bringing back Brandon Graham for depth?
Yeah, did you see the news that came out today on him?
Uh-uh.
Derek Gunn reported today that Brandon Graham actually retore his triceps in the Super Bowl. So I don't know. I haven't seen that confirmed, but I know Derek Gunn. He's very close with Brandon Graham.
Very close to him. Yeah.
Very close. They're like really good friends. So like their families hang out and stuff. So again, I'm not ever going to say D Gunn's wrong on it. So that's crazy news, but I do wonder because I was thinking the same thing you were for a second. Like, yo, BJ, I don't need you to play more than 20, 25% of the snaps, but are you willing to come back and, be a leader on this football team? But I don't know. I think that might change it. That might change his perspective, the team's perspective. But look, at $4 million or $5 million, I would do that deal in a heartbeat. Now, I love Brandon Graham, and I value that type of leadership. Other people will say, no, don't bring him back. We need to get Jalen Hurts. We need to get other guys out there. I think the team is so much youth. You don't need
But I'm not looking at the love at. I'm looking at what the player performed at last year. And when he was on the field, he was – dude, the last game he got hurt, he was the best guy in the field.
Right.
I'm talking about him being a productive dude. And by the way, if that guy got 20 snaps, you're telling me you don't think that guy could perform?
Oh, he would perform
20 snaps at his age. Now, look, 65 that's a tough putt at 35. I get it.
Right.
But you're talking about 15 to 20 snaps at $4 million. Is there a better option out there than that? I don't.
Yeah, I agree. And look at it as roots. Not everybody has to be the fruit. Not everybody has to be, the playmaker all the time. Like, you need things. There needs to be the glue in the locker room, the people that hold the thing together and the people that, are more than meet the eye. I like to use that term because, I think you do a really good job at talking about some of those things. But, and I say this with respect to people who report on the game, but I think reporters miss on some of that stuff where, it's all numbers. It's all everything is statistics and and again, I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, I think there is an element of this game. Anybody who's played organized sports knows, there's something there's something about the way you build a team, the guys you have in the room, the way the camaraderie is, the way the team fights for one another. And I think all that stuff matters. And I think Brandon Graham is one of the best people for that. And I'd say the same thing about Slay. I questioned that with Slay early in his time here in Philly, and he's proven me wrong. Those guys love him in that locker room, and I think he'd be valuable for that reason as well.
Grant proved me wrong last year. He was about as productive as you could possibly get. And then when he even got hurt, it benefited the other kids here. Let me throw one thing out here. And again, would you ever consider bringing Hassan Reddick back?
Nah.
And putting him out there? Okay, then what's the option? Really, you want to take would you want Reddick and Nolan Smith as your edge rushers? If this is if you don't get Garrett, would you rather go in the draft at 32, or would you rather have a guy like that who could give you 1 or 2 years and give you 10 sacks?
Well, here's my thing on Reddick, because I'm not disagreeing with you on, you're going to need some production and relying on the 32nd overall pick is not really the best, spot to do that. I certainly agree with that. But, there's a couple other names that I think make a little bit more sense. And Reddick, it's about what we just talked about for me. It's not about the play. I don't think he fits this locker room anymore. I really don't. I think this team has taken on a new personality. I think he's allowed to be selfish. I think he's a little bit of a selfish player. Again, he's entitled to that. He can do that. He wants to get his money, but I don't really know if he fits this locker room anymore. And if you are going to go the free agency route at edge, I'd almost rather go with a younger name that you feel like, maybe has some upside. I know that's dangerous too, because you just did that with Bryce Huff, but
he's only 29.
what about a guy? Who's that guy in New York? I brought up his name, Azeez Ojulari. What about a guy like that?
Okay.
Kayvon Chason, a guy
None
like
of
that.
these names are wrong, but let me ask you this. Then you think that Gardner Johnson, when he left, was a cancer in the locker room? Everybody in Philadelphia media said he was a fucking absolute cancer in the locker room. He goes to Detroit, talks shit on the Philly fans. They welcome him back. He fit right in. Why couldn't that dynamic work with Hassan Reddick?
Yeah, and both Super Bowl appearances we had in the last 3 years. I mean,
correct.
Gardner Johnson was on those teams. Now, I think that's a fair comp. I just don't think they're the same guy. I think Reddick is a little bit different, and I wouldn't go down that road. I don't think Howie will either, to be honest with you. But
no, I don't. I'm just saying you're looking for options.
You're looking for production at a good price. I hear what you're saying, and he can be a productive guy. There's no doubt about it. We've seen it, but I'm just saying with where I stand, and I'm not the arbiter of what makes a good decision in the NFL. Maybe they will go down that road. I wouldn't go down the Reddick route.
How about this, dude? What if that guy fucking Bryce Huff has 15 sacks next year?
No, not happening.
Hey, but no, wait a minute. What if Bryce McMullen has 15 sacks next year?
Yeah, right. I've been busting on Johnny Mack about that. But no, look, we'll see. I mean, here's the thing is that Bryce.
Is Becton next?
I think so. You get Becton done, man. I don't give a fuck who they draft. They do whatever you want. I'll talk about it, but do whatever you want. I mean, I feel pretty good if you're going to get Becton back too. So
what were you going to say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're good, brother. You're good. Nothing. I was just kind of finishing up talking. I'm enjoying the conversation.
What do you think Vic Fangio had on this Baun deal?
I think a lot. I think Vic Fangio probably is one of those things like, when somebody commands so much that they don't really have to say anything, like it's understood.
Do you think that's a reward for Vic too, getting that deal?
I think it's a reward that was left unsaid. It was, I gave you guys that most of the league probably would have done nothing with, and you gave us in Philly the #1 defense in the NFL and had Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid in jail in the Super Bowl. They had no idea what to do. We're going to give you some things. We're going to throw you some bones. All right, for that. We're not making you turn chicken scratch into chicken soup again. Now, you're going to have to in some spots probably, but, we're not going to make you do it completely again.
But I feel okay with that now.
I do too. Look, I told you why. I mean, again, going to be a change at edge rusher, no doubt. But do you feel like they can manage it better with Hunt coming back, Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Moro Ajomo? I do. There are going to be some change at linebacker, maybe with the Nakobe Dean injury. Oren Burks out, but do you feel better about handling it with Zach Baun and Nakobe Dean back in the room? I do. Might be some change in the secondary, but Cooper DeJean's coming back. Quinyon Mitchell's coming back. C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Reed Blankenship. Yes, they have changed, but do you feel better about them handling it with those guys coming back? I certainly do. So I think they're just in a good spot, man. I think they checked off the big questions, and now you're kind of, all right, fill in the blanks. And you still have to do a good job at that, but I think you're past the point of, like, dude, if they didn't have Baun back, it would be fair for you to come up here every day on your show and say, we haven't seen it with this defense. What are we expecting of this defense? It would be fair. But now I think you have enough guys coming back. You're like, okay, can they be the #1 again? And if not, what's the score?
The triangle's back.
Right.
The two guys in front and the two backers are back because they're under contract now. Your two backers are back. And you're strong up the middle with Gardner Johnson.
Ashes are rubbing all over my Kango. Oh, no.
Hey, bro, I mean, the heart of your defense is back.
Yeah.
Right up the middle, okay? I think you can get away with edge rushers. You proved it. You didn't have a superstar edge rusher this year, and you won the Super Bowl, and you didn't even have to blitz in the Super Bowl, and you took apart the best quarterback since Brady.
I'm ready to make an edge rusher prediction, too.
Go ahead. We think kid from BC?
No, not in the draft. I'm talking about a guy that's on the roster. I know losing Josh Sweat, which is what I presume is going to happen. I know it's a big deal. I think Josh is a good player. He's a guy that gave you a lot of snaps. But, I was looking at some of the game tape. I've been looking at it all through. I've been going through each game, looking at individual players and stuff. And I'm ready to say that I think Jalix Hunt can provide to you what Josh Sweat provided to you. I'm not saying he's going to be Myles Garrett or Nolan Smith or a great edge runner, but I think he can provide to you 6 to 8 sacks, a boatload of pressures, and a versatile edge that you can drop in coverage and do different things with Vic Fangio, where he's not going to, be stuck in one system with that guy on the field. He's a versatile player, and I'm ready to predict Jalen Hunt is going to make a big jump forward next year. I think what he did this year was pretty damn impressive, coming from, what was it, Houston Baptist or Houston Christian University, whatever that was, a former safety. I think what he did this year was impressive, and I'm ready to say that I think you're going to get better production out of him than we're expecting at this point. I think they're still going to add an edge rusher, but I think he's going to be a pleasant surprise and going to be a great depth piece this year.
And you're saying this with the guy who had in the postseason a sack and a half, and in the regular season, he had a sack and a half. But again, that doesn't necessarily tell the story, because when I saw him, man, you're using the eyeball test, which to me is the best test to use. And also, Xander, I thought he was smaller. 6'3", 252 is not horrible.
And I mean, you know what I think too? You know how you watch some guys come in the league?
I didn't think he was that. I didn't know I thought he was like 6'1"-ish, 6'2"-ish. He's 6'3". That's a bigger dude than I thought.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be one of those guys too that builds into their body. You see some guys come into the league and like their first year, you're like, holy shit, they're like a different guy. Like TJ Edwards did that. Obviously, Nolan Smith, I think, has done that, has grown into his body. I think you're going to see that with Hunt, and he's
23, so he's pretty young.
Freaky speed. He's got a lot of strength. He's athletic as hell. Can be dropped in coverage. I think he's going to be a good player. I really do. I think he's going to be a really good player. And add that in. Like here's the way I look at it. This year you had Josh Sweat and Nolan Smith as your two main edge rushers for most of the year. Your depth pieces were Jalen Hunt, Bryce Huff, and Brandon Graham. All right, Josh Sweat's out. Can Jalen Hunt and the 32 overall pick make up for the production loss in Sweat? I think they can. If it's not Jalen Hunt and the draft pick, is it Bryce Huff and Jalen Hunt? Is it Bryce Huff and the draft pick? And then you have Jalen back up Nolan, right, and Vic, and then maybe another guy they'll probably bring in to be a rotational piece. But I feel pretty good about that combination of players being able to make up for what you lose in Josh Sweat, which, let's be real, he was a good player, but he wasn't insane.
No, he got lost in the huddle sometimes.
Yeah, he wasn't insane. Like, he wasn't that much of a difference maker. So I feel pretty good about it.
Okay, if you're bringing Slay back, are you going to rotate DeJean and Slay, or are you going to go Isaiah and Slay out there on the perimeter? Are you going to do Steve? Are you going to do that out on the perimeter?
Dude, train your dog.
I'm gonna, man. She's supposed to be taking care of this guy. Hey, so how are you handling that rotation? Are you gonna put Cooper DeJean in that rotation, or are you gonna keep him there at nickel and you're not gonna do that? How are you gonna do that? Because I heard you the other day make a great comment. If you're gonna move him to fucking corner, you need to do it now. Yeah. I don't want to move him 3 years from now. I want to do it right now. So do you put him in that rotation?
Yeah, I think this is one that you're going to have to see how the rest of the offseason plays out before you think about this. Now, I'm not saying it's not a thought now, but, if they go and get a corner or they bring back Slay, I think that changes it. Because, like, if you tell me, Sills, let's say the 70% that we brought up with Slay comes true and Slay returns. Okay, I'd rather keep Cooper in the slot at that point and then have Slay rotating with, maybe it's Keely Ringo, it's time to his step up, or whoever else is over there. Maybe it's Eli Ricks, whoever it might be. I feel better. Well, Isaiah's a free agent, so I'm assuming if they bring back Slay, maybe they wouldn't bring back Isaiah. I'm not sure what they would do there, but
I don't think that's going to be expensive on Rodgers, dude.
No, it's not. John thinks it's going to be like $3 million.
Yeah, me too. I don't think he's going to be. I mean, $3 million. I think he's an easy sign. And I think Isaiah's going to be loyal to the Eagles going, hey, nobody else was knocking his fucking door down, dude, after that whole gambling charge. And they stuck with the guy. I mean, remember something. They took that guy down to Brazil, and they left Devin White back. And he didn't play in that first one. They liked this player.
All right, well, what scenario do you feel better about?
I think Nick likes him, too, because Nick had a relationship with him when he was there in Indianapolis. With the situation I like is I'm going to put Slay back out there next year. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try my best to have Slay on 3rd and long, and I'm not going to have him out there on 1st and 2nd. That eliminates Isaiah. I need a little bigger body out there if I'm going to play out there in that position out there. I'm going to try to limit his reps so that I get the kind of production that I got from BG a year ago. BG had limited reps, and he had more production. That's kind of what I want to do with him. And I'm going to do this. Occasionally, I'm going to start dropping Cooper out there to get him comfortable out there with him. I might even play Cooper DeJean in the preseason at cornerback just to see what he gets it going out there with and have him going. I think at this, I don't know he can play it. I don't know he can't play it. I want to see him see if he can do it, because if he can.
Sure. I feel really good about Cooper being able to play outside. The question is he most useful to this team the way it's constructed right now outside? I think that's the bigger question. I feel good about him playing outside, though. I don't know, dude. The guy's a freak athlete. I know he's a white dude, and people are having a hard time believing he can stick with wide receiver ones, but I really think he can. Maybe I'm delusional. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I think he can, but
I think he's going to have a better career than Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to John about, somebody off the record told John wouldn't tell me who it was, but a guy who works for the Philadelphia Eagles in the scouting department told me that they evaluated Cooper DeJean better than Quinyon this year. They had him as the best corner on the football.
I thought he had more impact.
Yeah.
And by the way, they were both great.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not a knock on Quinyon.
It's not
how great Cooper was.
Yeah. You know the reason why I think he didn't win the Rookie of the Year, Cooper DeJean?
He
missed those first 4 games.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
I think he would have been in that conversation with Verse.
Yeah, and think about it. He had the moments
too.
He had the moments too, like the big hit on Derrick Henry obviously was a big moment. Like the 4th down stop on Jamar Chase. Like he had everything you would need to win that award. And I think you're probably right. If he was out there earlier in the year, he maybe would have got it.
Absolutely, man. Let's get to these super chats. Great. By the way, I'll tell you this, man. I've never really said because I've not seen anything like it. I got to tell you, man, this guy Howie. I mean, he's just running circles around people right now, bro.
He's cooking, boy. He's cooking, man. He is cooking.
Guess this is what makes me say this though. What are the other fucking teams doing? Oh, but then you got to look at it this way, right? There's not a lot to do. This free agent market and this draft, I'm sorry, guy, I'm not thrilled with it. I don't really see, unless you're going to make a superstar trade for a guy like Garrett. Now we're talking about something completely different of a sandbox. Dude, when I look at the Khalil Mack at 35, do I want that? I mean, would you want Khalil Mack at 35 years old at $18 million?
I don't know. Do you like him as a depth piece? We just talked about the edge.
Out of 20. Hey, not an 18 million.
No, I'm not giving him that. I'm talking about
That's
8
what his
million.
market value is.
Dude, if he gets that, I mean, come on, man. I mean, oh my God. Come on.
Dude, if you go to what get this, Khalil Mack's market value. I mean, Khalil Mack market value, because I would love to have him market value.
No, I think I saw it. You're right. I think I saw this on Spot Track or whatever it was.
Yeah, Spot Track. Here, get this. Here's what he's going to command this year. You ready what his market value is? 23.6.
Oh, my gosh. That's insane. Stop. I'm not giving Khalil Mack that, and Howie's not stupid.
I would give Josh Sweat the 18 if I was going to do that.
Yeah, come on. He's not getting that.
Maybe he'll get it. 23.6.
Maybe he'll get it. Let me look at what PFF has him at, because that's interesting. Khalil Mack, they have him at $22.5 million a year.
Told you.
Bro, that's crazy.
Hey, I heard him going to the Niners and shit, and I was like, wow, how much is that going to cost him? And I went, the fucking Niners don't have room for that. Signing a guy
I don't really want him either.
Who would want to do that?
Yeah, I'd rather bring back Brandon Graham for depth if you want to talk about 35-year-old dude.
I saw $23.6 million. I went, get the fuck.
Yeah, no way. No way. Mad Dio, what's up, Dio? Goddard might be next. Get his cap down to $7 million, reducing it by $6 million.
From what I understand, he has no money coming to him right now. So I don't know. Dude, I think he could be a cap. I think he could be a casualty of this whole thing where potentially they move on from him. I mean,
you don't think they'd extend him, do you?
Would you extend a guy who misses 25% of his game every year? What number? 17? He makes 15 now.
And here's the thing is, too, he's not going to want, like, I would do like a 2-year deal maybe and then draft a tight end, and now you have some stability, and then after that 2-year period, you can go to your next tight end. But
that hurts him where you end up moving off.
Yeah, I just don't know if Goddard will want that, because Goddard probably can go and get a bigger contract from somebody in the open market for longer term.
Oh, he'd be the number 1 tight end on the market, not that.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know, God, Dio. We'll see. I mean, look, Dio, this has been my whole point. He follows up who you're replacing him with. Dio, this is what I said to Sileo yesterday or 2 days ago. I'm not the biggest Goddard guy either, but what's the alternative right now? There's not really a guy that you're going to replace him with that'd be better. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with him. Ramir checks in. Dan on his Denzel wave right now. Jake. I don't know what that means.
Neither do I.
All right, Ramir. Try again. I'm sorry, brother. Ramir again. Dan on his Denzel rave right now. Jack. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Ramir.
Hey, dude, talk like a fucking champion. You're talking like a 2-year-old. You're like one of those guys in the well in the house last night. Make some sense to me. Go ahead, Xander.
Ramir, hit me with what you mean, all right? And I'll all right. Yeah. He says you don't watch movies. I don't. You're right. I don't watch movies. LSD. All right, here we go. Love you, Ramir. Appreciate you, bro. Philly Don just checks in. Big Sil's getting close to wearing Eagles shirts and becoming a fan. How you doing? Woo!
I'm a fan of what he's doing. That's for sure.
Yesterday, so we've been doing JAKIB now for 5 years. We're going to go on 5 years coming up here with
April
Big
27th.
Yep. I got a comment yesterday on the channel. It's the first time in 5 years I've gotten this comment on the YouTube channel on a clip or a live show of the National Football Show. And somebody commented, holy shit, the Eagle pom-poms are out on this one. I've never had that comment on a Dan Sileo show in my life, ever. One came in yesterday.
That's so sad.
Philly Don. I know I shouldn't have told him that, because now he's going to take those pom-poms and light them on fire tonight.
You know what, though, Xander? You can't deny what's going on. I know.
That's why I love you, because you're being real. This team does look good right now. They're doing everything right.
I'm not going to lie here, man. I'm going to call it as I see it. It's remarkable.
All right, here we go. Let's keep rolling. We got a lot of supers here. Muggsy checks in. What's up, Muggsy? Any thoughts on the kid Scene from that we got from Georgia? Yeah, Lewis Scene, safety. He was a great player at Georgia. I think he had a bad injury. He was drafted to the Vikings. I think he's a guy they're keeping in the pipeline, but I don't want to project him to. I don't know what I can project out of him.
How about this, dude? I don't see Cooper DeJean's replacement at nickel corner. I don't see him on your team right now. If you move him to cornerback,
yeah, I don't either.
I just don't see him. He's a special teams dude, right?
Brian Fleming says Sills was always a realist, including telling Stevie to shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna get hammered for doing that too, by the way, for telling my little doggy.
Matt NJ, what's up, brother? Do you think losing some vet leaders on the defensive side of the ball will our rooks develop locker room morale, trouble if adversity early? It's why I thought about it. It's why I said to you, bring back Slay and be
Matt, I'll tell you this. Let me tell you about something that I learned about an NFL locker room. I got to the Buccaneers after having so much success. I walked in that locker room and I saw the losing mentality. As soon as something went south, the entire locker room went south, and I got closed up in it. And so to what Xander was talking about, the leaders, he's talking about presence. You're talking about locker room presence, Xander. When there's a dude in the room that's been doing it for 15 years, right. Xander, I sat next to Ed Jones, and I watched Ed Jones there, who played 17 football seasons in the NFL, and I watched how he did business. I said to myself, fuck, man, I wish I started my career next to him. I tell you, I would have been a way better football player if I had been next to that guy right there. And I can't tell you how much of an influence that a guy like James Bradbury and also Darius Slay have been to Cooper DeJean and have been to Quinyon Mitchell. You can't underestimate the presence of a player like that, or the presence of a player like Barkley that's in your locker room, because they exude that presence of confidence. I don't think it's something you can. I don't think you can stroke a check to that.
Yeah, I think you're the perfect guy to talk to about it too. I really do. I mean, I think that's great perspective by you. T-Bone checking in. What's up, T? Sills, we politely disagreed last week, but you just made a point I was trying to make. Milton is worth and deserves $80 million for 4 years. 4 years, Birds moves and decides $20 million less is the Mike Rube. As I asked, what is enough money?
Dude, wait a minute. He is going to go out in the market and get $20 million for a year for 8 years or for 4 years.
He's going to get more than that too.
He's going to sign a 4-year, $80 million deal. Probably get more than the guy in Dallas. T-Bone, I'm not going to sit here and debate what's enough for another man.
I could see 490, 4 for 90.
Xander, that's something that players and people don't do. I wouldn't tell you what's enough.
T-Bone, I don't disagree with you about the money. I disagree with you about the player. I don't think Milton Williams is as good as you're making him out to be. I think he's a great player. I don't think he's what made this defense work. I think he benefited tremendously from Baun and Carter, and I think you can replace him for a better price.
Yeah, but the market number is where it's at.
Well, he's going to get that, but that doesn't mean
because of the market. Because the market, not the production.
Another guy that I've been asleep at, all right, and I think many people are asleep at. I want to give credit to Jason A-Team in the chat. He has not been asleep on this guy, but from watching some of the tape back on the season so far in the offseason, Moro Jomo is like good. Like he's like, and he did it like a lot. Like he did 400 plus snaps.
I've been talking about him all year.
Yeah, like he's good. Like I think we're good at Milton Williams. I don't think that he's irreplaceable at all. 20 plus million for him is just
the only thing that I don't know is that I don't know he can be as versatile, where he can play in a 5 and a 3 and a 7. I don't know. Now, I don't know they haven't asked him to do that yet. You know what I'm saying? So let's see if I think the versatility is what he's going to be paid on. Okay? I do. I think he's been a productive guy. I think he's been a versatile guy. And if you think about it, Xander, look at that defense here. When you look at the Eagles, look how versatile each and every single one of those guys were.
Do you think they're going to ask Jordan Davis to be more versatile this year?
No, because they moved him to a less versatile position. Nose.
I know, but that's my point. Do you think without Milton now they're going to ask him to play more snaps and be a different type of defensive
tackle? He played his best season in a limited role playing nose. Why would you move into something he's shown you in the first 2 years he couldn't do? I know. I'm stuck with him too. Yeah. I don't know what to do with him. I don't.
I like him. I like him. Look, when you look at this roster and you look at eventually you're not going to be able to pay everybody. So I'm trying to find a way for Jordan Davis to warrant getting the paycheck. And I don't know if right now he's done that. So we'll see what ends up happening.
I agree with you. I don't think he can play the 3 technique.
T-Bone, thanks for your super, brother. We appreciate it. William Magro checks in. He becomes a YouTube member. Thank you, William. I appreciate you, brother. I love you. Thank you so much for the support. Harv checks in. Harv, what's up, Harv? Don't forget, when the Eagles went on the early 2000s run, they were notorious for locking up good drafted players to long-term contracts early to stay ahead of the cap. It's the same mentality. Yeah, but the levels of success are different right now, Harv.
I don't think the Eagles have ever had this success, even under Andy Reid.
No, they didn't. They didn't. And they didn't maintain the roster as well as we are right now. There's no way.
You know what I think happened here? Let me tell you something. The difference between the Andy Reid era and this era for the Eagles, there was too much control by one man. But he was the coach. Now you have control with a guy who knows how to handle contracts, and you got a better guy. Howie's a better listener the second time around than he was the first time around, which makes him a better GM to Joe Banner. I just think he's more of and plus, you know what he's got in place? He's got Stoutland and Vic Fangio now in place that he can go to him. Plus, Nick is kind of like the overseer now of all this. I look at it and I go like this, and I go, hey, Vic, what do you think? Should we give him this money? I mean, I'm apt to do this. I don't know if he phrased it that way, but Vic probably went like this. You know what you did last year? And I'm using your take. You gave me a bunch of dudes that were talked about as bust. Nolan Smith, Cooper DeJean, and you gave me this guy I didn't even know what to fucking do with, and Zach Baun. And I turned it into the #1 defense. You know what you could do for me? Bring my boy back that I developed with this guy, Bobby King.
Right.
Bobby King and all of us, we're all going to be all happy here. And guess what they did? You're right. I gave you nothing. I gave you Bryce. You even failed me on Bryce Huff. I know they're not talking like this, but I'm saying you even failed me on Bryce Huff. I turned the kid, and that Devin White guy, I didn't even bring him down to fucking Brazil with me. I want this kid. Okay. You got him.
I think you're right.
I think these guys, I don't think it's in that tone. I think these guys all love one another here, but I think there's mutual respect in the room now that you got really good talent. Dude, Clint Hurt, Bobby King, Vic Fangio, that DB coach. And then on the other side, you got Jeff Stoutland. And I'm telling you, man, I mean, you got a pretty good coaching staff right now, even with the loss of Kellen Moore.
Yep, no doubt about it. And my favorite part about Howie is I think Howie continues to get better even when people tell him he's the best. Like the last couple of years, like it's been pretty peaches and cream for Roseman. He's gotten a lot of accolades, a lot of love, and he continues to evolve. He doesn't allow himself to be put in a box, Sills. It was running back before. It was linebackers. It was drafting defensive guys. It was wide receivers. It was quarterback before that. Like not even the latest doesn't pay linebackers. Well, he shattered that box open again today. He doesn't allow people to put boxes around him. He looks at what's best for the team. He gets better at his job every single year. Self-aware, great word, Yale. He's very self-aware, and he comes and gets better.
Okay, so the word is now, sorry, James Jones, if you're in here, you're going to hate this. If they can't find a dance partner for Jonathan Allen, they're going to cut him.
The Commanders?
Yep.
Oh, shit. I can play. I think he's going to be out of the Eagles' price range, though.
They're going to cut him.
What are you saying?
I'm
You're not saying pair him with Jalen Carter, are you?
Yeah.
I would trade Jordan Davis tomorrow.
I'm just telling you, okay, the word is now.
Nah, he's going to be too much, though. We can't pay him, bro.
If the Commanders cannot find a trading partner.
He's 32.
Two-time Pro – wait a minute. Depending on what the number is here. The two-time Pro Bowler, Jonathan Allen, is likely to be released over cost-cutting move. The veteran will have plenty of offers. And this is my friend Mike Silver. How much would you pay that guy?
I don't think we have it. I don't think we have.
I'll tell you this. I'd pay that guy.
Did you see what Max Crosby got today?
I did.
All right, Jalen Carter's about to make so much. Jalen Carter's about to be the richest. So I don't think we can pay for Jonathan Allen. All right, I like the idea, but
How about Jonathan Allen next to Jalen Carter?
Give me Walter Nolan in the draft. How about that?
I like that kid from Ole Miss.
Walter Nolan with Jalen Carter. You're going to have a 4 or 5 year run of fucking exceptional.
Just listen to this, though. Listen to me. Jonathan Allen, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, your two linebackers, and that's your front seven.
Looks pretty good.
Dude, and if you're wait a minute, and if you're Jonathan Allen, would you do this? I'll sign for 10.
No, he won't.
He's 30.
Jonathan Allen, he wants to make money. I'm telling you, that ain't happening. That union's not happening. I'm calling BS on that right now. It won't happen.
How about hey, can you imagine if you signed Jonathan Allen?
Yeah, how many super chats did you miss? We got a lot to get to.
And, wait a minute, and Myles Garrett. Could you put Jonathan Allen and Myles Garrett on your front four? Hey, dude, this is stupid. You know what? This is getting out of hand. I got to start being shitty again. I hate what I'm doing right now because this guy's got so many freaking options now. I'm talking Howie.
You're being real. You know that Howie Roseman's operating a master class right now. He is. That's what he's doing. He's operating a master class.
Read the fucking chat, will you please?
He's operating a master class. That's what's happening.
I love the kid. You're talking about the kid.
So yeah, G.I. next to Baun would be insane. He can play defensive end. I like him. So he's a Bama guy. I love him, but I don't think they're going down that road. I really don't.
Can you imagine if you put that kid next to fucking Baun, 6'3", 250 pounds, next to Baun, and you got that guy in the middle? Dude, do you understand one cool move? You make this defense even better than a year ago.
Right.
Do you think he's going to upgrade the personnel on this defense this year?
Well, it depends what you're talking about. I think he's going to add another guy, add a bunch of guys in the draft probably. I don't think he's going to go and make a splash signing. I think, the business was in-house this year with Zach Baun. That got done, obviously. And there's a couple others now that are out there that, what do you want to do at cornerback? Well, what do you want to do with Isaiah Rodgers? What do you want to do, with Nakobe Dean and the backup linebacker there as your replacement if he can't go at the start of the year, but by the way, it might be Trotter. They might just slot Trotter up in there. I mean, eventually you're going to have to ask the young guys to play. So I don't think they're going to make like a huge splash, but maybe the Myles Garrett thing comes. I mean, dude, if they get now that Baun has been signed, dude,
opens everything up.
If Myles Garrett comes here, though, oh my goodness,
Jonathan Allen next to you.
You think I'm calling it the golden era now? Wait till that happens.
Hey, Jonathan Allen next to
Clark. No, that's not as sexy as Myles Garrett. Stop.
No, it's not. I'll tell you what, though. That sounds awful good, too.
Yeah, I agree. Czar says second-wave free agents. I'm not expecting a splash. I agree 100%. 100%. I agree. Let's get to some more super chats here. T-Bone checks in. Can the Birds contractually offer number 98 a 4, 5, 6-year deal reward in season while still in rookie contract? I think it doesn't open until after his third year.
That's at the end of the 25 season.
Yeah,
after
so the end of next season.
That's right. In January 8th or the 7th of next year, they can start that talk using the fifth-year option and pulling a Smitty deal. If that's what you're talking, T-Bone, they can put a Smitty deal together using the fifth-year option with an extension. He becomes eligible for that. Hey, one thing before you go into another super. Are you extending Cam Jurgens with that back?
I don't know. They better have a better read on that situation than I do, because that scares me, bro. I don't like that. Your starting center who's supposed to be locked in for years has a bad back. What the fuck do you mean he has a bad back? So I don't know. That one makes me a little nervous, but we'll see what they end up doing.
All right, let's get on a couple more here.
We got a bunch. I'm
oh, good. Okay.
Wayne, Howie to the Hall. Every free agent with a clue wants to come to Philly. Yes, yep. Wayne, I love it. Sileo called it yesterday. And by the way, I have a short clip ready to be posted. I had to put it on the back burner after the Baun contract came down. But yes, Dan Sileo called Howie Roseman a Hall of Fame general manager. That happened on this program.
He's having a Hall of Fame.
No, don't renege now. That's not what you said. You said he's a Hall of Fame GM.
Yep. He's got 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah. JD3, Sills, it's crazy to think Trevor Keegan would be a late second, early third in this draft. He's a guy we got to keep an eye on. I don't know if
I told you that, hey, JD3, I told you that last year in the draft. If he went in this draft, he'd be a second or third rounder this year.
We'll see what ends up happening. I do think he's going to be good depth on the offensive line. SR20 with $2. Thank you, brother. Blaine Minor, how can we get out of the Huff deal, Sills? I don't think they're going to try because they need that depth at edge. They're not going to.
Hey, Blaine, if they were, you would have to trade him, eat about 45% of the contract for the next couple of years for a team to want to give you something in return that you would want to move the player, like a 4th or 5th rounder. Right now, if you put Huff on the market for the current price he has, nobody's taking 17.5. But if you took half of that and it was a $6 million deal, somebody would bite and probably give you a 4 or 5 if you ate 40% of it. But just keep the kid on the team because, again, it's cap ramifications, and that's one thing they value a lot in Philly is cap space.
All right, here we go. Let's keep rolling here. Keep rolling. T-Bone. What's up, brother? Thanks for all the support today, T. We love you. Sills, we went round and round last week about money. My thinking, if Milton sees what Birds are doing, is it possible Milton says, hey, I'll take 60 for 40 to stay? No. And T-Bone, why are you so infatuated with Milton Williams? Bro, think about this, T-Bone. Think about it this way. Think about the way the roster is paid right now, where everybody on offense is making basically buku bucks. You have a lot of guys on defense that aren't getting paid. You're going to have more contracts coming up in the pipeline. If you tell me there's a guy that's as good as Jalen Carter, which there is, that's going to get paid like he's going to get paid next year, resetting the market. The one spot that you say we can save money there is the guy that plays next to him. You're not paying Milton Williams. Even $15 million is too rich, brother.
I'm not paying Jordan Davis that.
Yeah, I don't know why. T-Bone, I love it. I just don't know why you're so infatuated.
No, because what he wants to do, he wants the guy to be grateful for him playing in Philly and playing next to Carter, and he wants him to be thankful and that he'll give him a hometown discount.
Yeah, I don't think you want to pay that. I don't think you need to overpay that guy.
Guys don't think like that in the league. Some do. Some. Hey, I'll tell you what, Zach Baun did, because why? Grass ain't green. I'll tell you this. My question with Baun would be, hey, bro, if you go somewhere else, you think you're going to play the way you're going to play without Vic Fangio and the guys in front of you?
Yeah. I don't know.
That's a big gamble for him.
I agree. Leon Banks says Washington is our biggest threat, second best NFL team. What? What? They are not. Leon, that is fucking insane.
I would say them in Detroit. Well, dude, you don't know what Washington's going to do. Hey, you got to give Howie what he's doing here. If they go out and land Garrett, bro, they land Garrett, and they got $100 million in cap space and 10 picks.
I respect what the
They just went to the NFC title game. They went further than Detroit. They blew Detroit out in Detroit.
I respect what the Commanders are doing, but everybody was trying to tell me the same thing about the Houston Texans after CJ Stroud had a good year.
I'm not
just like you're saying. We'll see. You see on the other side too. They could regress a little bit. Is all I'm saying.
Because they're a threat doesn't mean that they're a big threat.
He says here, second best NFL team. I'm saying bullshit.
Who do you think the second best team?
Still an AFC team. I mean, I think the Ravens are better. The Bills are better. I think the Chiefs.
No, in the NFC. Okay.
I think Detroit's better. I think even the Rams, by the way, I don't think they're better, but I think the Rams are going to be a sleeper team this year. They were a good team. They got Stafford back. Those young guys on defense are going to get better, and they're probably going to draft some good players as they have.
I'm with you on the Rams. I
think the Rams could be good.
Rams
could be good. Leon, Commanders, the second best team in the NFL.
Well, they were one of the Final Four teams.
They appear in one fucking game in 28 years, and everybody's like ready to hold them up.
And led by a rookie.
Huh?
And led by a rookie.
Yeah, which is a good thing, but it also means there could be a regression there.
Let's see what they do. I want to see what they do. I like Adam Peters. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I do too. I do like Adam Peters.
So look, I don't think anybody's close to them right now.
He's no Howie, I'll tell you that. T-Bone checks in. T-Bone, thanks for all the support, man. We love you. If we give away enough draft picks for Garrett, is this doable? Then sign Baun, Milton, bring BG back, and use remaining draft picks and street to fill needs. Stupid?
Nothing stupid as long as you got Roseman in the room.
It's not stupid.
It's just too much.
And it's, again, we're going backwards, so we're reading your comments in the wrong direction. But you keep bringing up Milton, and I keep telling you I don't really want the guy. I just don't think I don't think
4 years, $80 million. Get used to it. He's gone.
Yeah, he's going to be gone. So, but I look, T-Bone likes the player. I respect it. Martin Perez still sounds like Will Feller yelling at Steve.
Hey, I'll tell you this. I don't think Kansas City is the best team in the AFC right now. I think Buffalo and the Ravens are going to catch them this year because I think see what they did? They traded the all-pro guard tackle to Chicago today. They brought back Travis Kelce this year. What are they doing? Dude, your old line got worse. I mean, they got no playmakers on offense. I think the Eagles exposed them because they don't have a run game. If you don't have a run game against Philly, you're not in the room.
Yeah.
Dude, I saw that stupid ass Mike Florio say in a podcast show with Andy Reid, it was 24-0. You know what he said? That game was kind of close early. And I'm like this. At 24-0, I almost turned the fucking show off because they were blowing them out so bad. That game was close on the coin flip.
Alex Petrosky checks in. What's up, Petrosky? Build Howie a statue.
Yeah, we got these. We got these now.
All right, man. Cool. So we're back now to
yeah.
All right. Is there any we missed back here though? Like, did you get this guy hauling the goods? That tight end from Raiders. All right. I just want to make sure we got everybody because I think Elizabeth in the chat was saying we missed a bunch, and I was kind of.
No, we got them. We
got some new ones though. We got some new ones.
Okay.
Pumper checks in. Okay, man, it's starting to get comical that we keep bringing up the Ravens in every contender combo. Hall of Fame expectation team every year. Well, they have a good GM there, obviously. Ozzie Newsome and that front office.
A really great organization and owner too. They won a lot of ball games. I mean, they have
Lamar Pumper.
But man, I tell you, like I said, man, they the quarterback is too reckless of a player. He's got to be smarter, man.
There's something about knowing how to win in those games, and Jalen knows how to win those big ones, whether you like him or not. He knows. Hauling the goods.
Fifth. Go ahead.
What? Fifth what?
Fifth best quarterback in the league.
I'm looking at, I mean, talent-wise, maybe, but in terms of everything else,
it
took 15 years for people to say Brady was the best in the NFL until they realized, hey, this guy's pretty fucking good.
You know what I used to always say? I go, how come Brady wins more games with nobody? And Peyton Manning's got Hall of Famers all over the room.
Yeah, exactly. I think Jalen Hurts is pretty damn good right now. I think he's a top 3 quarterback in the NFL, and I have him not 3. Hauling the good. I would love to see Howie draft Landon Jackson. His combine was insane. Now we're talking hauling the goods. I love that player from Arkansas. He's a freaking beast. And he'll fit right into that form with his bald head.
How's his tape?
Tape is good.
Okay. I haven't seen it. I'll check it out tonight.
It's good. It's good. All right.
I wonder what Marcus Hayes is going to say here too today, man.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I think he's going to say it's a Howie masterclass, but we'll see. Jason 18, what's up, brother? This has been a great offseason so far. It's only been, 3 weeks since the Super Bowl ended? Especially hearing Sills give Howie his flowers lately. It is incredible the work he's done the past few years. Can't wait to see what's next. Baun was a must. Becton. It'll be 3 straight days of breaking news on the National Football Show. Becton tomorrow. Come on, Howie. Get me Becton, baby.
All right. Get the fuck out. Hey, man. Give me a break.
Thoughts on drafting Ty Robinson? I don't know who the fuck that is.
Let's get back.
It's Ash Wednesday. I had ashes on my forehead, and I'm dropping F-bombs. I mean, come on, Xander.
I know.
That's hold me accountable.
I know.
Someone's got to hold me accountable for that.
Don't worry, my aunt will.
Your aunt should be holding me
by
accountable.
The way, Aunt Betty, he went to a Catholic school too, like your boy here did. So we're good.
Says, earlier in show and recently, you talk about player taking less money because of players around them, and Vic to have the best chance to win Super Bowls. Why can't we turn it around and apply to Milton? What if? How much better? Imagine same D and Myles.
Hey, T, leave that up to the agent and him. If he wants to do it, he'll do it. If he doesn't, he's going to grab the money and be in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Or New England.
Yeah. I saw Carolina too.
T, he may do that. That's what Zach did. But Zach's 28. This guy's 25. Milt Williams is 25 years old, dude.
Yeah, I think Milton's gone. I think Milton's gone.
Oh, I think Milton and Sweat are gone.
All right, here we go. 2 more and we're done. Stay focused. Xander, dissect the Commies salary cap and roster. That $79 million looks better than it is. They only have 22 players signed past 2026. They may have to cut Allen. Yeah, I stay focused. I haven't looked deep in their cap and roster, but I will do it. Let me just say this: stay focused. I know everybody's like, "Oh, they got that money and they've changed it.
95 million cap space."
I don't think they're gonna be as good as everybody's saying. Okay, that's my take on them right now. I might be wrong, but that's my take on them right now. Brian Pumper.
Let's see what they do in free agency now.
Matt Golden is nice. He says, now we got Baun and more in tune with trading AJ for Myles. That Matt Golden kid is nice. Did
you hear what they got going up in New England? They've contacted AJ. They've contacted Howie Roseman all week long about trying to figure out how to get AJ up to New England for Drake May.
Dude, find another player in New England. Like we have the best GM in football. Go fucking.
What if they gave you the 3rd pick in the draft?
I don't want the 3rd pick in the draft. I want I want the championship roster over AJ Brown. I'm sorry, no.
Travis Hunter and Q playing your corners.
No. I don't care how crazy I sound. I don't want Travis Hunter over AJ Brown. No.
AJ Brown was what impact last year? His presence. For sure.
What impact was Travis Hunter last year? And how are you so sure he's going to be a sure thing in the NFL? He played at Colorado.
I'm not. I mean, the guy who was the impact player in that team last year was the guy they gave the 2-year extension to.
If I trade to the 3rd pick, I'm not taking Travis Hunter. I'm taking Abdul Carter. That's who I'm taking.
Actually, well, he's going 2.
All right, so you got to get a little higher. All right. I'm not saying AJ is my point.
I think he's going 2. Cleveland.
Blow it up for a guy that you know nothing about.
If you're getting rid of Myles Garrett, you're taking Abdul Carter at 2.
It's not happening. It's just funny conversation. Dude, we got a lot of super chats today. We got to keep getting these people the love they deserve. Dio checks in. Goddard, 12 mil cap hit in 25 is added guaranteed money similar to AJ. Do you think Goddard plays on 1-year deal or extension with high incentive? That makes sense. Maybe a 1-year deal with high incentives, kind of like Josh Sweat did. Maybe.
Yeah, I got these right here. I got these ones right here.
This dude got sent like 10 minutes ago. I'm telling you right now, these are new ones. You keep misunderstanding me. A player has a choice to take all the money or decide to take less with much better chance to win Super Bowl. So money should not be the only reason for decision, in my opinion. Yeah, but T-Bone, that's every man, man. I mean, that's every man for themselves, right? Every man's going to value different things in their life that they take. I mean, I don't know. Right on the bench says, does JD become a trade piece for Myles? Potentially. Kimbo, Sills with Steve. Ma, get the meatloaf. Not the best content on the planet.
Yes.
Ramir, go watch Training Day. Then you'll find, then you'll from his dog. All right, I got it. All right. You both have an awesome evening. T-Bone, I love you, brother. I might have shared on your takes for Milton Williams, but I do love you.
Hey, T-Bone, make sure when you go to your boss, tell him thank you very much. I'll take a pay cut next week.
And then last one, Pumper says number 4 in Christian Gonzalez. I'm wet. Anytime you make a proposal that makes Brian Pumper excited, take that proposal and throw it in the garbage can.
That right there's a man card revoke. I'm wet.
Brian Pumper, if we had it Brian Pumper's way, we would have had no Super Bowl. We'd be in quarterback hell. We wouldn't have A.J. Brown anymore. We might have gotten rid of some Zach Baun. Brian Pumper is the worst general manager in the history of general managers. Pumper's still atop my Hall of Fame shit takes, brother. Now he's saying he's wet. Talk about a Diddy pause. That's a Diddy pause right there.
Hey, dude, very uncomfortable Pump. I love you to death. Xander, keep killing it, man. By the way, what's the over-under that you think there's another deal tomorrow?
I don't know, man. I'm putting it at 50%.
Really? I was going to go a little higher, like 60-40.
You wouldn't be wrong if you did. We're going on 2 straight days here, so maybe.
I'm going 60-40 here, man. Holy shit, dude. I mean,
60-40.
Really,
all right, everybody. I love you all in the chat. By the way, smash that like button for Big Sills. Come on, man. This show deserves a bunch of likes. The content Sileo has had the last couple of days. I hope people appreciate being able to listen to Big Sills talk. I listened to his segment when the Saquon extension came yesterday 2-3 times, and this is after listening to content all day long. So smash that like button for Big Sills. He's the best in the business. Appreciate you, Big Sills. Appreciate everybody in the chat.
Keep doing it. What is it? Keep doing what you're doing. We're going to kind of go down that Jalen lane there. Way to go, Xander. You're working your ass off. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Make sure you check out Birds 365 tomorrow morning with our boy Xander. Guy's killing it, man. Working his ass off. Please do me a favor. Hit the like button. Give me a total on where we are with our likes now. We're going to reset. Marcus Hayes from the Philadelphia Inquirer is going to join us at 5:30 Eastern. I cannot wait to hear from him. Also, we appreciate the fact that we have Morgan & Morgan on the program here. Morgan & Morgan, the #1 injury law firm in America, with over $30 billion recovered. That is their track record, and that is their resume, and it is unmatched in the country. Make no mistake about it. I told you about the family in Pennsylvania. $650K they were offered. Morgan & Morgan and his team of thousands of attorneys went in and got $26 million for that family. A family in Florida. John told me that an insurance company came in and appraised it at $350K when it came to their settlement. No way, John said. Everybody went to work. They ended up getting that family in Florida $12 million. If you're ever injured, please do me a favor and check out my friends at Morgan & Morgan, where the fee is free unless they win. For more information, go forthepeople.com/bigsells or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/bigsells or pound law 529. And do me a favor, you tell them Big Sill sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your financial future is on the line. Are you ready for what's next? At Leone & Company Wealth Management, we help young professionals, business owners, and pre-retirees navigate the complexities of building and protecting wealth. For young professionals, we'll help you grow your wealth, plan for your future, and make the most of your hard-earned dollars. For business owners, we provide strategies to protect your company, manage risks, and create a lasting legacy for both your business and personal wealth. For pre-retirees, we'll design a plan to secure your retirement, ensuring you can live comfortably and confidently in your next chapter. Whether you're just starting out, managing a thriving business, or preparing for retirement, we're here to help you take control of your financial future. The first consultation is on us. Get the advice you need without the cost. Let's make your financial vision a reality. Take the next step. Scan the QR code to schedule your free consultation today. And of course, go Birds.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong as the #1 health insurer in the region. No IBX is always looking out for you.
EAGLEX, Eagles.
Big Silk National Football Show. Do me a favor, guys. Please hit the like button. You've been absolutely sensational, especially with all the super chats today. Can't thank you enough. Please hit the like button here. I wonder what the Sixers are thinking right now. When you're watching the Eagles win the offseason and during basketball season, and you got your superstar now down in the Cayman Islands. And they've shut him down. You're not relevant. The Eagles are dominating. Even the Phillies. And they're in spring training. They're dominating. Shit, they're dominating the NFL. Not just Philadelphia. I agree, Yale. The Flyers are trying. At least the Flyers are trying to put building blocks together. They're trying. The Sixers are they're like the Cowboys. They're that shit turd in the toilet again. Just flowing around, moving around, not going anywhere, can't flush it. Think of this. Daryl Morey versus Howie Roseman. Howie makes a Barkley move, he makes a James Harden move or a Paul George move. Think of that. Toilet talk with Sills. Sue, you should be used to that. Kidding. Yeah, man. I probably talked about the Sixers more than I wanted to. By the way, real quick, I see the 49ers are trying to ink a deal down between $45 and $50 million for Brock Purdy. Another organization, your window's flown by. You got to get younger. You got to get younger, man. You absolutely have to get younger. Okay? You have to get younger. Hit the like button. Sue, you know I love you, man. All good. You guys have been great. I appreciate you. All right. So let's recap here, and then we're going to ask a question about the defense. Zach Baun signs his 3-year contract, $51 million, $34 in guarantees, with $1.5 million in incentives and escalators. The contract makes him one of the highest paid linebackers in all of pro football. Okay. An enormous piece to the puzzle and what you want to do with your defense moving forward. No doubt about it. The triangle stays intact. How does the defense look right now? Let's take a look at it. Without Josh Sweat and Milton Williams. The defense is what? Without those two players. Listen, I can't disagree too much with Xander, but I'm more with John. I don't believe Jalen Hunt's ready to start. Now, Vic Fangio worked magic with Zach Baun. Could he do the same with Jalen Hunt? Got to give him the benefit. Think about what his impact was, Vic Fangio, when it came to the defense. He saved the career of Cooper DeJean. He saved the career of Zach Baun. He made Nolan Smith look like a player. And this Jalen Hunt guy, who I laughed at in the draft, that came from a school that was named after toothpaste and then the Houston Catholic Christian whatever thing. This guy looks like there's potential there. Look at what he did with Cooper. Look at how well Q played. Dude, if you think about where he is and you look at that team, under Vic Fangio, let's take a look at this and look at the depth chart here. By the way, our friend Marcus Hayes from the Philadelphia Inquirer, Milton Williams had a career year. Jordan Davis had a career year. Jalen Carter had a career year. Nolan Smith had a career year. Zach Baun had a career year. Nakobe Dean had a career year. Josh Sweat had the second best year in his career. Maybe the best year in his career because of the Super Bowl play. Quinyon Mitchell was a star in the rookie year. Gardner Johnson, second best year in his career. Reed Blankenship, career year. Darius Slay, another great year. Cooper DeJean, a great year as a rookie. Every single guy on that defense under Vic Fangio excelled. Every one of them. Where in the previous year, Carter fell apart at the end. Davis fell apart. Reddick was unused and not used correctly. The secondary completely fell apart. Blankenship was a hit or miss. Corners all fell apart. Okay? I mean, Vic put the pieces correct. Let's not forget here on that defense, the linebackers were supposed to be Nakobe Dean and Devin White. The cornerbacks were supposed to be Bradbury and Slay. Moving Davis to the nose, it helped him. It actually probably saved his career. And what was the most important thing that Vic did also? He benched Bryce Huff. Now, you're not it. Can you imagine walking into Howie Roseman's office and looking at him and saying, that guy that you gave the same contract that Zach Baun just signed, 3 years, $51 million, that's what you gave Huff. I'm not playing him. As a matter of fact, I'm going to deactivate him for the Super Bowl. Okay, Vic. That's how he's free agent signed. But that's Howie listening. That's Roseman going, I have faith in Vic Fangio. Yeah, but Yale, it's a miss, yes. But what did they do? They had faith in their coach, that the coach knew what to do. And Howie said, okay, you don't want to play him? What's your alternative? He put Brandon Graham in. Brandon Graham was playing at a high level. What happened? Dude, the craziest thing, Howie thought he knew better on the edge by getting Bryce Huff. That was a failure. He pulled him. He put the oldest guy in the building in his place in Brandon. Brandon gets hurt. What happens? He puts Smith in. Smith takes off. That's coaching. You know, guys, I will eat that contract. If I see my coaches making, or my coordinator making lesser expectation talent excel. He made lesser Nakobe Dean didn't have big expectations. Neither did Nolan Smith. It was more of the hope plan. I'm hoping he's good. I'm hoping he could recover. Vic coached him up. Vic Fangio's greatest year developing. This is probably the best coaching year he's had since New Orleans, when he had those great linebackers in the 80s. Vaughn Johnson, Pat Swilling, Ricky Jackson. I think that's his best linebacking core when he was there with Jim Moore Sr., when he coached those guys. I mean, he made C students into A students. That's what he did. Made them in this, just absolutely made those C students A student players. Hit the like button, folks. I appreciate you guys. I'm sorry, I'm going to be a couple minutes late logging on. I had to pick up. All good. Marcus is going to be a little bit late at the bottom of the hour. All good, man. I'm looking forward to talking to him. So I want to make sure we get that there to Marcus. Looking forward to it. All right. Good deal. Guys, you guys have been great. How is this defense going to look now without Josh Sweat? Do you think they're still top 10? And Milton. Here's what I would do. Moro Ojamo, I don't have a problem with him in there at that left defensive end spot. But I will say this, guys. I'm going to bring someone in to compete. Right? I want him to win that job. If you're Vic, that's not how it works. You're not the number one defense until someone proves otherwise. Not when you're losing people. You don't get that bestowed upon you like it's a night and it's a title. You have to go earn it. Nobody fucking hands you the number one defensive title. You go earn it every week like they did. That was well earned. You're not just, that's not a title you get to just call yourself. You have to fucking earn that. People wanting handouts. Go earn the number one ranking. That's what that Eagle team did. They went out and earned it. Senor wants to hand it to him. Not one player in that Eagle locker room or the coaches want anything handed to him. Nobody wants to be called anything. People want to go out and prove it. I'm the number one defense on March 5th. No, you're not. That's quest starts September 8th. That's when that starts. Things you do now dictate that. And by the way, What you're doing is helping you get back to that. Okay? It's not a Super Bowl defense. If you lose Milton Williams and you lose Josh Sweat, you're not the same fucking team. I know what you're talking about. I'm not debating that. Now, again, do I think there's a drop-off? Not with Baun back. The 2 inside tackles. Okay? Once again, okay, so as of right now, you don't have Slay, Dean, Milton Williams, and Josh Sweat back yet. Those 2 tackles, Slay's not back, and Dean may not be back for September. You still think you're the number 1 defense today on March 5th? Sure. Okay. Continue the victory parade. Now, you got the guy that's making it happen. You may actually, get this, you guys may actually, there's no number 1 defense. Don't start talking like Cowboy fans. You may have better personnel this offseason than you did a year ago, and you may be better. I want to see what it looks like. It's a great start. Okay, top 5 as of right now, yes. I'll put you in that top 5. Okay, I do. Look at this guy here. Lay off the pipe. You don't, as of right now, you don't have Slay, Dean, Milton, and Sweat. And this guy says lay off what? 4 guys out of 7 guys, 4 out of 11 starters not back. You're the same defense? Good luck. Again, it's not a debate. I don't know who's better. Senor, go fucking prove it. Go prove it. Dude, the NFL, it's not something you bestow upon somebody. It's an earn it league. I don't think the Eagles now, I don't think this. Absolutely not. That I do not think. So, here. Today, here's your defense. Moro Ajobo, Davis, Carter, Nolan Smith, Baun, Trotter, Dean is injured, Bryce Huff, Quinton Mitchell, Gardner Johnson, Reed, and Isaiah Rodgers, and Cooper DeJean. That's your defense with players under contract in 25, with contracts of a year of 25. That's your defense. Wouldn't be surprised if Howie has equity now. Oh, he does. Clearly. Wouldn't be, yes, I agree with you. Players, you go out and now you're talking. Hey, I'll tell you this. It's a great thing, YB. I'll do this. I'll say this to you. So, not a bad defense. You're cool with Jalix Hunt being your starter as of right now. And you're cool with Isaiah taking Slay's spot. I think it's 70-30 according to the guys. And Dean's not going to be ready for September. And you don't have Burke signed yet. Still work to do here, but not dramatic work. Not dramatic. I don't think Hunt is starting. I don't either. Now, again, you get Sawyer there. Here. Here's what I would do. Ajamo, I want him to win that job. I'm going to bring somebody in to compete for that gig. Dean, I don't know where he is. I want Burks back. I don't know what that. Xander seems to think that guy's going to command 6 to 7. You say, Xander? Man, I don't think so. Let me see here. Let's go Oren Burks, see if they got a number on him. On what they got with street value on him. What did he make last year? He made $1.1 million on a one-year deal. You think that guy's getting a $6 million contract? Being a role player? I don't think so. Somebody may pay him. But $6 million? That's a big number, man. For a guy making 1-1 and was a role player. Could I see 5? I'd pay 5 to bring him back. Because you could play him and he's be your swing linebacker. And when Dean gets back, he's ready. Bryce Huff can't start, obviously. So Jalen Hurts, the production of Sweat. What was Jalen? What was Josh Sweat's number? So he had 41 tackles. And he had 8 sacks. $27 solo. Who's picking that up? Jalen Hunt or your rookie? What odds Howie going to make a splash on free agent or defense, maybe Garrett? I got to go 60-40, man. I got to go dude, I still think Myles Garrett is still in play. Get this. Here. Sills, who's better than us right now? I don't know. It's March 5th. No one's played. And you've lost 4 starters. I don't know. Huff ass better be ready for some special teams. You're going to put an $18 million guy on special teams? Okay? I said it all year, didn't I, Yale? I like Booker and Ajamo. I said it all year. I thought they were productive players. I did. Okay? I did. Well, wait a minute, Jace. And as of right now, March 5th, you still have 4 starters missing. I'm not sure what you're talking about. That's not a lie. Howie checked off 5. There were 5 starters gone yesterday. Now there's a big piece back. Now you got 4 gone. Can you upgrade? Can you bring Slay back? I think he's your best option. Then you're down to 3. Does Ajamo take over for Milton? I don't think so because I don't think he's as versatile. But let's see if he can be. I don't know. Question mark. Who takes for Sweat? I don't know. And nor do you. Howie is paying players for premium production. Vic is running. He's turning rookies into stars. We are a premium destination for free agents. I agree. 100%. 100%. Okay? 100%. Once again, though. That's right. Angelo. Exactly correct. Listen, this isn't the vinyl version. Let's see. Yes. Let's see how it looks in September in the first 4. By the way, the first 4 weeks of the season, until you put Cooper DeJean in, it was okay. Then it took off. I have great confidence in what Fangio's going to do. I completely agree with you guys. I'm not disagreeing. And by the way, the league is chasing you. I'm not saying you're not. Man, you guys are very sensitive. I'm not saying you guys are not going to make a better group of, you might have a better group of dudes. Okay? You might have a better group of dudes than you did last year. Senor, I happen to agree with you. If I'm Mekhi Becton, dude, I made a ton of money in New York with the Jets. And now I'm going to sign a contract with the Eagles, and I want to come back here, and I want to be part of that. Absolutely, I'd want to come back. And I would come back at a lesser number. Dude, if you guys sign Becton and you guys sign Baun and you have those guys back, offense and defense, remember who the three guys were last year that I thought changed your fortune. Barkley, Becton, and Baun. You get all three of them guys back, signed to another extension with Barkley. Now it's about adding pieces, getting younger, upgrading. How do you know you don't upgrade from Sweat? You might actually find a better player than Sweat, like you did a year ago when you found a better linebacker than anything you had in 23. How about this one too, Yale? Think about this, guys. How high on the list of free agents was Zach Baun last year when it came to projecting on where he was? What number was he? Do you guys know? In the list of linebackers and in the list of free agents where he was ranked, he had to be in the 60s. Of all the free agent guys, that guy couldn't have been in the top 20. How do you know you don't land on something like that again? Right? I mean, Zach Baun must have been something like 30. Like in free agency. In the 30s. There's a guy that looks like a good ball player. All of a sudden now, you know how I know that? Look at the number he signed for. He signed for $3.5 million. That's not a lot of money in today's NFL. Yeah, but you know what? You see what Senor says here? He's right. But you know what I will say to this, Senor? I'd rather have my GM taking swings than being Jerry Jones and taking no swings. Don't you agree? At least I'd rather have guys taking swings. Because you never know when you land on Zach Baun or Saquon Barkley. Right? Yeah, I don't get this, man. This guy made All-Pro last year. And you got a salary dump here with the Chiefs. So the Chiefs have moved off of Orlando Brown. They've moved off of Joe Tooney. And they're now lesser in the O-line. You're getting lesser in the O-line. And then you bring back a relic in Travis Kelce. I don't get that. They won't make the mistake he signed Huff. Fangio's got to evaluate. I think Fangio, it's funny you should say that, John. I don't know if Fangio was part of the evaluation of Huff. I can't remember that dynamic. Can you guys? Was that dynamic? Did Vic get signed and then they signed Huff, or was it Huff signed and then Vic came, or were they in the same week? I don't know if Vic had a total say in that whole Bryce Huff deal. I can't remember that. Vic was signed first. I thought it was Vic coming from the Miami Dolphins, and then free agency came in, and he was looking at the town. Then Huff came in. I don't think he had a lot of time to look at that, and I don't think he really put his 2 cents in. So I think that was like, as Yale said, I think that was a transition thing. Cody says, so I thought it was too, Cody, the same week. I'm not a believer in Ringo. I'm not. Vic would have played him. He got no playing time last year. He could have got playing time when Slay was out. They'd rather play Isaiah Rodgers, a smaller player, than put him in there. Now, he's an awfully young guy. Okay? He's an awfully young dude, man. They had $28 million in cap space heading in today before they signed that contract. Vic hired in February. Sweat, you mean Huff, signed in March. I think that's what you mean there, Pat. Thanks for the super here, Marcus. Do me a favor, guys. All supers go to the top. Please give me a total on the likes now. You're right, Sills. We got to earn it. If we walk in thinking we're number one before we play, and by the way, Vic's not going to let them think that either. That was old news. That's last year. Okay? Listen, Marcus, I still think you're on the poll. We got 455. Guys, let's see if we can get to 500 by the end of the program. That'd be great. Okay? Hey, Marcus, you're at the pole position, though. And how I would look at your D, right now, you had to go with a Jomo, Davis, Carter, Nolan, Baun, Burks, Carter, or Garrett, or a draft pick for Sweat spot. Who knows? You get an upgrade. And then Slay back. You'd have number one personnel again. And then I would think you would need more depth at your D tackle position and your edge. And I would be open. Hey, and by the way, I saw somebody when Xander and I were talking. I didn't get a chance to say it. Yeah, no, BG. I killed the move of whatever it was. What was it? 10 million or something? I forget what it was. I thought it was a stupid move. But the guy was productive, and he was good. And he was an influence, and he was an impact. He was. Bradbury's release. That's where they got some of the money for Baun. Yes. Okay? Yes. Hey. Morrow, Ojomo, Davis, Carter, Smith, Baun, Burks, Dean, Jack Sawyer, Quinyon Mitchell, Gardner Johnson, Reed, and Slay back on a one-year deal. Sure. Then depth. You would need depth. You would need depth at D tackle. You would need depth at safety. And what are you going to do with Cooper? You're not bringing Avonte Maddox back, right? You're not bringing him back. By the way, Marcus Hayes from the Philadelphia Inquirer is going to join us in a couple minutes. Get his thoughts. Would you say this all season is going to be do or die for an in Eagles repeat? Would you say this all season is going to be a do or die for the Eagles to repeat? Are you saying if the Eagles don't win it this year, do they still have opportunities to win it over the next 3 years? Yeah. Hey, dude, you won a Super Bowl this year. That's equity. You've been to 2 and 3 years. You now validated the 22 game. 23. Okay. Do you understand? This will be the first time in Philadelphia sports history, at least since 1960, that a team in your city has repeated. Only be the second time. Flyers in the mid-70s. You've never had a dynasty except the Flyers. One Super Bowl or 2 Super Bowls in 8 years is not a dynasty. Okay? You put 2 Super Bowl wins and 3 appearances in 4 years, now you're talking about something. Okay? Now you're talking. Dude, Myles Garrett not only makes your entire team better, it makes it unbeatable. Okay? It makes him unbeatable if you put Myles Garrett on that team. Clairvoy says, Eagles are going to go with Rodgers with the hopes Ringo gets some playing time. I'd put DeJean out there. Get him some play. If you're not going to move Cooper DeJean this year to the cornerback position, you're never going to. Okay? You're never going to. And you're going to leave him in that nickel corner. This is the year to do it. It's going to be a transition year because if Slay does come back, it's time to see if he can play out there. Hey, and for the record, nickel corner is not the same as a cornerback. I said this the last couple days to you. They're completely different skill sets. I'm not sure Nolan, the kid from Ole Miss, can play the Milton Williams position. I think he's more of an interior inside, like a Jordan Davis guy. I don't know he can play out at that 3 technique. I'm not sure. I saw him inside. I think they played a 43, and they had a 34 look at times. I thought I saw him. He's a good player. Lane Kiffin raves about him and talks about how great a football player he is. So, absolutely. Our friend Marcus Hayes is going to join us in a couple minutes. Do me a favor, guys. Please hit the like button. Thank you. Zach was not on the top 20 at the position last year in rankings for free agencies. Just look. Zane, thank you. Think about that. That's Vic Fangio finding a guy who was not ranked in the top 20 linebackers. And that guy just signed a 3-year, $51 million deal. Do you have confidence he can do that again? Yeah, because he's been doing it for 40 years. He did it with the Stars of Philadelphia. He did it in New Orleans. He did it in San Francisco. He did it in Chicago. $30 away from 500, guys. Let's do us all a favor. Let's get to 500 here. Tony, Cooper moving outside takes him out of the running and running the kicks. I liked him in that special teams. I really did. I did like him in that role. Man, Howie's just running circles right now. Jason, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it, man. Guys, hit the like button. Sills, if you count 21 until now, say we win back-to-back. Yeah, no, then we're talking something different here. Does that, yeah, make it, I'll tell you this. 3 Super Bowl appearances with 2 wins since 2021. Yeah. Then you're starting to talk about something here. All right. Boy, I'll tell you what, man. I got to say this about Howie Roseman before I get Marcus on here. This guy's playing chess, and every other general manager right now is playing checkers. The money that they give, I made this comment here the other day, yesterday actually. So when they released Slay, they got 4-3. When they released Bradbury, they got 2-1. And this Barkley deal, according to the NFL Players Association, is going to give him around $9 million in cap space when everything is said and done. That's $15.4 million. Howie got the money to pay Baun today with those 3 dudes. And he rewarded them. If I'm a pending free agent and I see that and I'm going like this guy, this owner here, man, they give you the bag of money up front. Cap space is the most important thing in Philadelphia to that general manager. They spend the cash on the offense, and that cap space, they pay on defense. That's how that guy operates. He gets the money with the space that they create by restructuring the contracts. Don't be shocked if Jalen Hurts' deal is one of the deals that end up getting done next for Becton. I mean, it's incredible. This guy's having a 5th quarter of the Super Bowl. And look at Dallas. Where are they? You signed an overrated DT? All right. I can't wait to get Marcus on here, man. This guy just like, I mean, this guy doesn't have any days off here. I'm talking Howie Roseman. Let's bring our friend in from the Inquirer. And Marcus, I appreciate you doing this here. And here it is here, man. I mean, he ends up getting a $51 million 3-year contract with $36 million or $34 million, I think it is, in guarantees. I mean, just your takeaway initially here with how this contract all has transpired and what he's doing so far, Howie Roseman, in the offseason.
Well, I think the biggest issue here is you've got a guy, Zach Baun, who's played 5 years in the league, and what's he made, like $8 million?
If
so
that.
He's going to take a chance. So say he goes out on the market, because I wrote a very pro Zach Baun column a week ago saying, you know, this should be the Eagles' priority. Whatever else they have to do to get Zach Baun back, that should be their priority. I like Milton Williams. I liked him the day he was drafted. I think he's outplayed his draft slot in 3rd round. Josh Sweat has been a good overall signing, an inconsistent guy. I'm not a Mekhi Becton guy. Zach Baun, to me, was the most important work to be done in the offseason, no matter what you had to do to get it done. So I did a lot of research into the money he was likely to get. And I thought the most guaranteed money he'd get was maybe $42, $45 million, right? And he would probably go to a situation like TJ Edwards did a couple years ago, where they expected him to play 2 or 3 years and be productive, but for a team that was not great. So you put yourself in Zach Baun's situation. Say he cost himself, and I only deal in guaranteed money. So that's the only money that matters.
Correct.
So instead of $42 million, he got $34, $35 million, right? So that's $8 million. That's a lot of money.
It is.
However, you don't know you're going to get that money. You're still 4 or 5 days from getting a whiff of how much of that money you're going to get. So he has a place where not only he likes to play, a place that loves him. Zach Baun has the capacity to be the next Seth Joyner, not playing wise, but affection wise. You know, God bless Seth. I'll say this to his face. He is loved more than he was good. You know, he's a good player, but he is adored compared to, you know, he is appreciated much more than his play would warrant, because that's the kind of person he is. He fits Philadelphia. Zach Baun he understands that. He sees how Seth Joyner is regarded and how he has a second career, how Brian Dawkins had a second and third career. You know, Philadelphia loves its defensive stars. So he's got that going for him. He likes it here. He fits here, and the place loves him. Number one. Number two, he doesn't even have to be the 3rd best defensive player on this team for this defense to be good. He could be the 4th best or 5th best defensive player, which is crazy to play middle linebacker for $34 million and know that maybe the 6th best defensive. You got Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, the 2 cornerbacks, and the safety who's going to be here next year. He could be the 6th best defensive player and make all this money guaranteed. So he doesn't have to – there's not a lot of pressure on him to be a superstar playmaker guy, right? But there's not a lot of pressure on any of them because they're all really good. So those are 2 factors for me that warrant him maybe taking less money. Now, let's be realistic. At the end of this deal, in 3 or 4 years, whenever he becomes a salary cap casualty, he'll probably get a 1 or 2 year deal, probably somewhere else, probably for pretty good money. But they're probably going to draft somebody and move on from him by that point. So he's probably looking at another contract at the age of 29 or 30, 31, where he's going to make another $10 to $12 million. So he's going to see that money eventually, or at least some of that money. But if he goes to another place, the place doesn't fit him, he doesn't succeed, he doesn't play well or doesn't play as well, he's not as well supported, maybe his last contract is a 1-year deal for the minimum. And he's at a place where nobody cares about him for the next 20 years. It's going to be hard for him to buy a beer in Philadelphia for the next 20 years now, being an interception-getting, all-pro middle linebacker on the best team in Eagles history. It's going to be hard for him to buy a beer now. Imagine if they win another 1 or 2 while he's here.
Let me throw this at you then. Again, let me play the other side of this. How do you know he's not going to be a James Bradbury where you signed him to a 3-year, $38 million deal coming off an all-pro season where you helped the team get to the Super Bowl, and all of a sudden all the things that you just say where this guy's a 1-year wonder, where he's never done this his entire career, why am I to believe that that guy's going to start stringing great careers or great seasons together? Is it because of the personnel around him? Is it because of Vic? I think what you said is environment. I'm playing with really good players. That's going to really play into it. And I completely agree. But, to expect that same level out of 28-year-old guy, 29-year-old guy, coming off of doing it 1 year, it's good for the player. But Howie, like you said, that's more of a risk for the team, for the organization to do that.
But you're right. We can just end the conversation right there with you're right. There's no argument against that. However, this would be the argument for it. Okay. Number one, while he's never done it before, he's never been given the chance to do it before.
Great.
James Bradbury had a lot more mileage on him and was a year or 2 older when he signed his extension. Cornerbacks tend to go off the cliff faster than anybody else, just to use the James Bradbury example.
Yep.
And James Bradbury wasn't supported defensively the way that we expect Zach Baun to be supported. All the players that will support him over the next 2 or 3 years are younger than him and ascending, we think.
Yeah.
Assuming that Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, Nolan Smith, and Jalen Carter stay healthy, he will continue to be the fifth most talented player for the entirety of his contract, assuming they stay on the team, which I expect all of them to be long-term Eagles and healthy and productive. James Bradbury was an island. You could not support him. The safety play they got last year wasn't great to begin with, but you couldn't hide him. And yeah, he fell off a cliff, whatever. But you can usually protect one of your cornerbacks. They didn't have the personnel to protect either of their cornerbacks last year. And Slay wasn't that great, not this past season, but the season before. Slay wasn't that great the season before. Slay has been Joel Embiid. He's hurt all the time. But he's old, and he's got a lot of miles. He's a borderline Hall of Fame player.
Oh, yes.
Borderline Hall of Fame players in their 30s, you don't get to be a borderline Hall of Fame cornerback without getting a lot of mileage, making a lot of plays. So that would be my rebuttal to your pessimism. Number one, He hasn't done it before, but he's never been asked to do it. Number two, he's got a lot of great supporting talent around him. And number three, he's a little bit younger than James.
Since you said the phrase falling off the planet at that position, there's another position that you fall off the planet, and that's running back. Now you're talking about a guy with over 400 touches. You had 2 years remaining on a contract. You end up making him a $20 million a year player. Obviously, his talent was wasted in New York. There's no question. He is the guy you see now. I mean, I see they did this to free some money up for the Baun deal, but were you surprised for a guy who's had one season of spectacular football in his career that the Eagles would make the guy the highest paid running back at that position in the league, with a guy who's going to be 28 years old and has had a ton of carries in his career, especially a year ago? Are you surprised that they ended up taking the additional 2 years and giving him when he had 2 years remaining on his deal?
A little bit. I'm a little bit surprised at the timing. I thought it would be done before he took another snap, but I thought that it would be a reactionary move as opposed to a proactionary move. So I thought they would see what they had left and then see what they could do with him, as opposed to committing to him. But if and that's the difference between Howie and me, right? He's smart. I'm less smart. Because if you're going to do it, if you're committed to doing it, why not do it now and have the same number for Saquon at the end of the negotiation versus seeing what's left? If you do it now, you free up money for Zach Baun and maybe, Mekhi Becton if his market isn't great, which I don't think it's going to be. I think Milton Williams is going to get paid. I think Mekhi Becton might come back.
Agreed.
I'm not sure they'd want him back. Not that he's a bad player, but Tyler Steen's a good player. Especially if you put him between two Pro Bowl players on the right side. You might be a pretty good player if you're playing next to Lane Johnson and Cam Jurgens, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm surprised that they did it this quickly, but I shouldn't be, because it's smarter to do it now if you're going to do it at all. Because, in the end, you're going to free up cap space, but you don't need cap space in, June or August or whenever I thought it would be done. You need cap space now. So if you're going to commit to Saquon, then commit to Saquon, number one. Number two, you talk about him being 28 years old and had a lot of carries this year. And he has some injury history. He has a knee. He's got ankle issues. Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my rebuttal. Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry should not be doing anything like what he's doing right now. But like Saquon, Derrick Henry prioritizes Derrick Henry playing back. They're LeBron James.
Yeah.
Okay, now, that doesn't mean they're going to be as productive as it's a different animal. It's a different environment. But LeBron James is LeBron James because when LeBron James was 19 years old, he started doing the stuff he's doing now that he's 40. And it pays off. And when Tom Brady was, I think, 27 or 28, he looked into the future and said, how can I last the longest? Make fun of him if you like. But, Aaron, the guy just was cut by the Jets. Greatest quarterback ever.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. There's something in that ayahuasca tea, man. He's been doing a lot. He's been doing a lot of his own research.
Hey, too many mirages, I think, that he's seeing.
And maybe not enough.
Maybe not enough, right. All right. Well, let me throw this at you now. Since this guy's playing the Wizard of Oz, and Howie Roseman's now the wizard, the grand wizard here, it seems, of the NFL, do you think he works his magic? And are you a fan to try to land Myles Garrett for this football team? They won the Super Bowl without him. They're the betting favorite. Them in Washington to land this guy. It would be a freak show if they ended up getting Baun, adding Myles Garrett to this defense. I mean, you're starting to talk about steel curtain stuff to me here, Marcus, if you're landing a guy like that. I mean, would you be a fan, or do you think it's feasible?
I would not be a fan. I think it would be bad business. And if I'm an Eagles fan, I wouldn't be a fan because it's putting too many eggs in one basket, number one. Number two, I would be worried that Howie's going to do it because of A.J. Brown. Now, A.J. Brown was much younger when they traded for him. But they understood when they traded a first-round pick for A.J. Brown that it wasn't just the pick, it was the money. They gave A.J. Brown $100 million.
That's right. It was $6 million that the Titans didn't want to pay him. Howie gave it to him.
Right. So that's my worry. I don't think Myles Garrett will be worth the money at the end of his next contract. And he'll certainly be worth the money the first 2 years of it. So I guess that's your how you prioritize stuff. Are you willing to give up maybe 2 first-round picks or a first and a third or first and a second? And maybe more if you're the Eagles because your picks are horrible because you're so good right now, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to be good. So future picks aren't going to be super valuable either. Are you willing to give up that much to get what I would consider personally a 2-year window of dominant defense after you just had a dominant defense? Like if this were last offseason, that would make more sense to me because you really need it. You really need a player to come in and be a leader, to be a veteran, to be a playmaker, to play most of the snaps. And that to me is a good gamble. To replace Fletcher Cox, yes. But to augment Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, I don't see the need for that. I see the allure, but I don't see the need for that. And once you do that, you're okay. If you acquire and extend Myles Garrett, you are saying goodbye to Jordan Davis, which I know isn't breaking anybody's heart, but you also might be saying goodbye to Nolan Smith or Jalen Carter because there's just not going to be enough money down the road unless you're not A.J. Brown's not on your team or Saquon Barkley's not on your team or Jalen Hurts isn't on your team because he's going to take a lot of that pie. And I just don't see the need for it. And so here's the other thing. Say you trade for him and you're trading, say, 2 late first-round picks. That's it. That's all and you're spending a lot of money on it, okay? Nolan Smith is a late first-round pick.
Yeah.
So you're trading Nolan Smith and spending all this money and trading another Nolan Smith. I mean, there's value in the 30s. There really is. Early second round.
Best player available down there. Most
Cooper
players.
DeJean is in the 30s. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're trading Cooper DeJean and Nolan Smith and paying him, making him the highest paid defensive player in history for maybe a 2 or 3 year window. I think if I'm Howie and I'm on this roll and I've kind of got this thing gamed, I would bet on myself. If Howie trades for Myles Garrett, he's not betting on himself. He's betting on Myles Garrett.
Finally here. Are you under the belief that at the end of the 25 season, Jalen Carter becomes eligible for a contract extension, or you get to pick up the option and you get to extend him? Do you believe the Philadelphia Eagles and Chris Jones right now currently makes $31.7 million with the cap escalating the way it is at 18% each year? Do you truly believe that the Eagles are going to pay in excess of near $40 million a year for a defensive tackle?
I don't think it'll be that number. I think 35. It'll be a little bit less.
35.
Yeah, 35, 34, 35. Yes. Yes. They don't draft guys in the first round they don't trade up and draft guys to not sign them to their second contract. One of the things that Joe Banner explained to me long time ago was if you don't sign your first or second round pick to a second contract, you've blown the pick.
That's right.
No matter where the cap is. And like,
Yep.
so here's the thing. Like, we think, oh my God, how can you give how can you give Jalen Carter $34 million? Like, how is anybody will you give Myles Garrett $34 million?
Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't you give a guy 6 years younger almost as good? You know, maybe
I
he's
would.
as good. Maybe
I
he's as
would.
good.
I'm wondering if he would.
No. When he drafted him, the second deal was done. You never, ever, like, if they don't re-sign Jordan Davis, that will be a failed pick.
I don't think they do, because that's
that's fine.
That's
And
a
you
$13
expect him to
million.
be better though.
That's a $13 million. That's a $13 million a year for a guy who plays 20 snaps a game.
Right. So that's a failed pick. I'm not saying they should or shouldn't, but the evaluation of your draft pick, as I said, Banner explained this to me a long time ago. He kind of set this scale. He's one of the guys that like put money long before the OTC guys or whoever were putting monetary values on draft picks. He was putting monetary values on draft picks, right? He explained to me that his goal, not as the general manager, he wasn't a general manager, but his goal as the cap guy was to draft, or if it's like in the first 10, you should have them for their career, right? Top 10 guys, you should have them for their career. If it's anywhere from 10 to 30 at the time, before it became 32, 10 to 30, second contract at least. Second rounders, second contract, at least 50% of the time. Everything else is kind of off the table. And this was way back then. So probably third rounders were the old late second round, because there's so much more knowledge now, so much more data, things are more predictable. That the support systems are better, the nutrition is better, the training is better. Milton Williams should be a second contract guy, right? Jalix Hunt, I believe he's a third round pick. Should be a second contract guy, right?
Yep.
That said, yeah, it's slam dunk. He will be extended if he's as productive next year as he was this past season. Not only is Jalen Carter going to get his money, he's going to deserve his money, because that's what the market is.
Incredible what this guy's done here the last couple days here too, man. I mean, they're going to roll this thing back. They're going to be the favorites again. My opinion, I don't think with anybody on that schedule they got, Marcus, I don't think they're not going to be favored in every game that they're going to play in this coming season. I'm not saying they're going to win them all, but
they might not be favored at DC.
I'm with you. I say that. I'm with you. I think Adam Peters, believe me, I think there's a shot they can land Myles Garrett there. And I think there's a shot that they can make some moves in free agency and in the draft, because they got 10 picks and $100 million.
Look, I like Jalen Hurts. I like Nick Sirianni. The best coach and quarterback in the East are in Washington. You know, and that's not a shot at either guy. That's not a shot at Jalen. That's not a shot at Nick. Jaden Daniels is special. And when Nick's job was in question this time last year, and for the first this time last year, when Nick's job was in question, or earlier than this last year, my number one draft pick to replace him was Dan Quinn. Hands down. There was no competition, no Bill Belichick. I don't want to hear about Bill Belichick. I don't want to hear about anybody else. The guy to replace him was Dan Quinn. I didn't know Jaden Daniels was going to be this good this quickly, but I knew he was going to be good if he could, because he's pretty light in the butt. You know, he's a little light in the ass, right?
Yeah, he is.
I wasn't sure he'd be able to endure an NFL season with a questionable offensive line. But Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn are great. They're really good. And that's why they might be favored that one game in DC, all things being equal. But you're right. I mean, this is the most talented Eagles team in history.
Yes.
Next year might be more talented. It might be a better team than any other team in Eagles history, because so many of the players that were younger should be better. Jordan Davis should be better. Jalix Hunt should be better. Nolan Smith should be better. Jalen Carter should be better. Quinyon Mitchell, if possible, should be better. Cooper DeJean should be better. Reed Blankenship, who had a good year, should be better. Zach Baun should be better. That's 8 guys, and that's just on defense. You know, Cam Jurgens should be better. Jordan Mailata should be even better. He's still learning. Landon Dickerson should be better. Think about that. Devonta Smith, who we haven't mentioned, their most exciting draft pick in the last 10 years, 15 years, should be better. If you were an Eagles fan, you should wake up every morning happy. Just be happy. You have the best team, and it's going to be better next year.
That's
who else should be better? You know who else should be better?
Who?
The coach and the quarterback.
Hey.
The quarterback will be entering his 6th season, and the coach will be entering his 5th.
Wait a minute. You just said Eagle fans be happy.
That's
hard.
Kind
of an oxymoron, isn't it?
I know. It's a very uncomfortable place to be, favored and sitting pretty. You think about it, like all the question marks after the great seasons the Eagles have had. Every offseason was like, oh, what about this? Is this guy going to be healthy? Can this guy play? I mean, nobody's looking forward to like Ron Jaworski circa 1981. Nobody was like, oh yeah, we can't wait to see Jaws get. No, they were happy. Jaws is a good quarterback. Jaws is a good quarterback. He had a great year that year. So my point being, there are so many guys with the arrow pointing up who are high character, productive, pleasant, well-adjusted to Philadelphia guys who've had success and know how hard success is to attain success at the highest level in the NFL. And they're hungry. That's the thing that was most remarkable to me about the Eagles as they went to the Super Bowl, won the Super Bowl when they were on the field, not in the locker room. They were a little crazy in the locker room, on the field and in the parade. They were just ready to. They could have practiced on that parade on Friday. They could have practiced on Saturday.
Yes,
they were ready to go. It was the business,
Absolutely, there, Marcus. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for finding time on these busy times right now, especially in free agency for this Eagle team. It's incredible. Like you said, if you're an Eagle fan, you should wake up going, "Hey, man." Before you felt like the Cubs about 20 years ago. Now you're like, "Hey, this is normal here," and like. It's not been normal. So, Marcus, thank you, my friend.
Thanks for having me, Dan. All right.
You bet, man. That is our good friend, Marcus Hayes from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Please make sure you read his stuff. Absolutely great. Xander, I can't have your dad kick my ass. I know we're working a little overtime here, but don't forget our great friends at BetUS. You've got the NCAA tournament coming up with the YouTube 150 here. Great chance for you guys to be part of our great relationship here with BetUS here, man. These guys have the YouTube 150. Sign-up bonuses up to $2K, 125% for second and third. Go to betus.com.pa. That's betus.com.pa. 24/7 personalized service, 365 days of the year. Live wagering on all major games. That's betus.com.pa. That's betus.com.pa. Make sure you guys check them out. I really appreciate that. What an absolutely great show, guys. You guys were great. Do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Big Joe, thank you. Big Z, thank you very much. 2 to 6 tomorrow, and we shall see you on the flip side.